I love Friday nights. I love Friday nights. Kick back, unwind, drink. We talk about comics. We delve into the shit that most comic shows don't want to talk about, but we talk about it in a different way because it's Drunken Chat, son, fellas. Before I get to the introductions, I had to, by popular demand, I had to bring Mr. Dennis Barger back. People love this motherfucker, but we'll get to you in a minute. Well, we get to you now, fellas. Introduce yourselves, baby.
I am Dennis Barger. I own Wonderworld Comics. I do a couple of YouTube videos every day just for shits and giggles, and I love me some fuckery afoot here on
My man.
Well, now that I have to follow up that wonderful fucking entrance, Jesus. Hey, everybody, Ultra Maximus in the house, and I am steadily clicking away on finalizing a spec matrix that is probably going to break some hearts and maybe a couple of servers over on eBay, maybe a couple of mines. If you overload, overheat, or whatever, please make sure you have water nearby, and if you have your life alert, please make sure the battery is charged.
Up next, Comics Man.
It was good, y'all. I'm here chilling with the just Drunken Chat group tonight. That Mel let me come through again.
What? I like that you're speaking more. Your voice, you got a little more confidence with you. It's a process, baby. Speaking of process, shout out LeBron James. You got, brother. Yeah, he is the number one LeBron James fan in the world. You are also new to CGC grading, so you may want to pay close attention to this particular show because we're going to get to a lot of shit. Mr. McClay,
what's going on, brother? Chilling. Make sure you guys go check out Tales from the Flipside. Got a lot of craziness going down. The takeover, what you guys, the viewers, don't realize is the takeover began about 6 months ago, but you guys are just starting to see the effects of the takeover. And the takeover includes that guy right there every Wednesday night during the Wednesday night presser. And one of these days, it may include that guy. We got a nice secret project coming up with. And, of course, it includes that guy every night on the Hot 10. So, the takeover has been in place started 6 months ago. It's starting to finally take effect. Make sure you guys go sub.
The takeover. The break's over. God MC. J-Ho. Lucas, what up, baby?
I tell you what, these motherfuckers ain't gonna take over. They ain't gonna take over my fucking drinking show. Fuck y'all.
I'm trying to tell you. We too raw. We too raw. We curse for the real takeover. Yeah. We'll fuck your whole shit up.
Yeah. What y'all can overtake me drinking? And I'll be okay. Y'all got it. But until that magical motherfucking thing, that shit ain't gonna happen. Ain't nobody gonna outsmoke nor outdrink us.
We definitely supporting the flip side, and we love what you guys are doing. We are part of what you guys are doing, but we gotta we don't let no leashes come on our necks. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about leashes? Get the fuck out of here.
Niggas say we can't curse if we come on flip side. I would love that.
Have you ever seen a flip side show where people don't curse?
Well, you have to wait. You have to wait far enough into the show. Like at least it was a minute and 33 before I started cursing this time. So it may have been my fault. But the monetization thing is YouTube's cracking whip.
I dropped the first fuckery tonight.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's true. Oh, yeah, we're not getting monetized.
Yeah, ever.
That doesn't look like it. Yo, rest in peace, definitely to Black Rob and Shock G. Damn.
Like, whoa, man, what the fuck is going on with people dropping dead? You know what I'm saying?
We are getting at an age where we are losing all of our people we grew up with, and it's getting.
But these dudes are dying in their 50s, man. It's too fucking young.
Yeah.
It's too fucking young. All right.
Has anybody ever seen the movie Nothing But Trouble?
Mm-hmm. Yes, one of my favorite all-time movies. All around the world, baby.
Tupac and Shock G in there.
Yeah.
pocket. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, all around the world. See, so I remember in like when I was younger, there was a big argument if Shock G was really Humpty Hump.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was a legit argument. Like that's not the same person. That's not the same person. Yeah, that shit really went down.
He's the one that put the satin on your panties.
Exactly. That's what my wife said. That's the man that put the satin on the panties. Lucas, there's a gentleman that's trying to get into the pool box. I don't know if this is this gentleman, but let that man live.
You the Muffin Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Check that out.
Big shout out to my girl Coco. Put her on the muffin wheel too. Her collection will make people cry because she got some fire shit. My man Gym City Assassins is in the building. If you guys don't know, I've been doing the Good, Bad, the Ugly tour. Started over there with the Nirvana show at 10. Do the Hot 10. And come straight to here to give y'all some comic goodness. And I like the way I'm feeling right now because not too drunk yet, but I'm sure I will be. But pressing matters are at hand. We have to get into some news. Lucas, a lot of shit going down. There it is.
Hey, freaking
Comics man, pay attention.
Industry shaking, right? Freaking, because hey, you got your normal investment. You can buy your comic book, but the other investment that you got to think of course, is slapping them books. We can get them in place, and I love doing that. Not because I care about all that other stuff, but I care about protecting my books. And it kind of keeps that nasty smell that some of your older books get away. So I love CGC, CBCS. I haven't even tried PGS, but here we go. CGC has decided to update, which means actually raise the prices. I guess I'm not sure how much it is, but they're updating the prices. And this is what it looks like. Of course, there's still the free joint, which you can go online and get to the membership boards and all the other stuff. But associate now is like $25. I'm not even sure if there was an associate before.
Hold on 1 second. This is the brother I was talking about. The Ghost Lotus. Get him signed up as soon as you can, brother.
Yeah. I'm actually looking through the my emails right now. I don't see it. So make sure you send it to lucas.fashina at comiccrusaders.com.
Cool. Put it up if you get a chance. Yeah, because I know he really wants to pull box. We got to take care of the people first. So I didn't mean to cut the news off, but this.
No. In fact, I'll put it in the chat right now to make sure.
Okay. Well, yeah. So back to the lesson at hand.
Right, and then premium. That's the one that I've always gotten. That one's for $149. I don't think that's changed, or has it changed? Or maybe I got it at a discount last time, but I don't think that's changed. But then there's the Elite for $299, and that's whatsoever. Then go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure this out because I'm not going to CBC. I'm always going to stick to CGC. You know what I'm saying? What changes?
That's what I don't know, because I saw the little blurb and I saw it in my email, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and I didn't really check it out, right? Because which I should have did. But you can actually go on there right now because it's not happening for 4 days. 4 days. April 28th is when it happens.
With a flip phone, when we all started getting smartphones and doing FaceTime with each other. Get with the picture, man. CGC is shitting on your books. They're charging you more for it. They're taking forever. They're parking your money. They're putting your money to sleep, Mel. You need to be like Joe Pesci and and start hitting them in the fucking head with a shoe when they put your money to sleep.
So this is one of the main reasons why I wanted to bring my man Dennis on. He's a big CBCS fan, an advocator.
I'm not a fan. I'm a businessman.
Right, you're a businessman.
So Dennis, are you against hurrying up and getting these books graded by CBCS, paying for them at the CBCS rate, and then cracking them, resubmitting them to CGC, and getting the extra 30%?
Money. But the point is here's the thing. I know I have quality books. I mean, you look at my Instagram page, everybody knows I have the shit, right?
Indeed.
I know they're 9.8s when I send them in. I don't need a CGC 9.8 or a CBCS 9.8. I just want to have a 9.8. So I don't care if it's on one grading or another. I already know they're CGC 9.8 even when I get it CBCS 9.8. The point I'm saying is the market and a lot of people who are so vested in CGC have decided, oh, well, CBCS is worth less. I was watching the pro spec list the other day, and Nico's like, I forget what it was, but it's the one where you have to guess which one you'd rather have, whatever they call it.
Dealer Flipside.
Dealer Flipside. So I'm watching that, and then so everybody picks the CGC signed by Wolfman, right? And go watch it. It was actually really entertaining. And then I forget who it is. Is it Adam?
Aaron, yeah.
Aaron goes, okay, now what if I told you out of 2,000 submitted books, there are X amount of 9.8s at CGC, and what if I told you out of the same number of books at CBCS, there are 1/3 as many 9.8s? Why? Because CBCS is a tougher grader. And I think the only reason people give CGC the time of day at this point is because they're worried that they're going to have an actual legitimate grade on their book instead of a 3-scuff book with a CGC 9.8 on it.
If I'm flipping books, right, wouldn't I want the easier grade? I'm playing devil's advocate.
Thing, are you going to flip every book the second you get it back, or are you going to have some that you want to hold on for a while? Every time, and guess what? People don't even care about the grade on them anymore. How many people have you had contact you go, hey, can I see a close-up of that 9.8 left?
One.
Okay, but the point is why are they asking that? Because they don't trust a CGC case with a 9.8 on the label. They've seen too many flaws get by CGC and get out into the market. That's why they're inspecting the books that are already graded.
It's not a compelling argument for me to switch because the discrepancy of prices from a CGC to a CBCS book, you got to admit, Dennis, it's crazy.
Where? What's the highest? Go look it up. Go pull it up right now. What's the highest of Moon Girl #1 variant?
You did. You were definitely the one to set the record.
How about this one? I got one for you.
I got a good one
I'm not gonna say the book because I don't want to say it because I want to own one. But Mel knows this book, and I'll talk about the book after with Dennis. There was a book that was a huge variant a couple of years ago, massive variant, sold for like $800 raw a couple of years ago. I saw recently somebody put in a backroom hangout the same book raw, the same book CGC 9.8, the same book CBCS 9.8. The book sold at CBCS for half of what the 9.8 sold and just a little bit more than a raw. It was crazy. And it made me realize that maybe the smart guys are the guys that are going out there buying these CBCS books at half the price at 9.8 because they know what Dennis knows, that their CBCS has always been known as a tougher grader. So maybe that's a smart play to buy those books that are already graded. But sending them to get graded is the problem on a flippers thing, right?
Right, but here's the thing. How many books am I going to flip in the time it takes you? Okay, let's just look at Secret Warriors #6. I'm sending off a stack of those 2s and 6s. I'm sending off a stack to CBCS on Monday, okay? It's going to cost me $36 for 2-day modern from CBCS. It's going to take about 3 days for my UPS package to go from Monroe, Michigan to Texas. And then it's going to take them about 2 days to process it. You know, they got to write down and they put it in, and then it goes into grading. And it's going to take 2 to 3 days in grading. And then I'm going to get the grades, and they're going to send them back, and I'm going to have those. Every turnaround time I've had in the last 3 months has fallen between 10 and 14 days from CBCS. I know people, I've gotten back 5 submissions of between 25 and 50 books every submission. I'm up over 200 since May 15th. I know people who sent CGC books in on the same week, and they haven't even touched the grading desks at CGC.
I'm one of them.
And guess what? I just sold Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur #1 for $1,650. And how many of them are sitting in CGC right now not making a penny? How many Captain America 25s and Captain America 25 Adam Hugheses do I have to sell over the last 2 months that I already got back and forth? Okay, you saw my my Action 9 1 in 200 variant. Okay, I have the highest grade on that book anywhere in the world, and it's a CBCS because nobody has gotten a single one back from CGC since that book got hot.
So let me.
I agree 1,000% with you on that point, Dennis. The time is taking way too long.
CGC is putting this industry's money to sleep, and we all need to take a fucking shoe off and start hitting them in the head by going over to CBCS and giving them some love.
Let me see something. What has Moon Girl 1? Are there any Moon Girl 1 CGCs listed right now for the Von Eden?
Somebody got 1,900 for one, but I didn't look at the date.
Hold on, let me see something.
No, wait. The 1,900 one was mine because. So no, I hold the record at CBCS. There's 2 CGC 98s that went for like 1,300 and 1,350.
So there's a list. There's one listed. We don't care about listed. We want to look at sold.
Right. I just posted another one today. So.
Okay, that's you. April 9th, CGC 9.8, 1,300. Your book, CBCS, $2,000. Damn.
I actually accepted 1,650, but it says $2,000 on there.
So do you think the next 9.8 CGC would sell for close to $2,000?
I don't know.
Because all right, so there's one listed 9.8 listed for 2,500, and no best offer. I think if it was a lower price, he would get $2,000, thus breaking the record.
Well, that's fine, but my record was the record 2 weeks ago or last week when I sold it.
Right.
So how do you know that if a CGC 9.8 sells this week, that's just not where the market is a week later?
So what about Ultimate? Can you look up, Brian? Ultimate Fallout 4 CBCS versus CGC. That's a pretty good indicator right there.
Well, and I agree. New money. A lot of the new money people who are buying
are going to CGC for sure.
No, I think that you know what? I think they're like, 9.8s are 9.8. Okay, cool. They're not buying PGX 9.8s. But
right, but that kills your argument right there. They're not buying PGX 9.8s. Why not?
So it looks like a recent 9.8 CGC sold for 29. Wait, hold on. Yeah, 2,900 with 33 bids on a 9.8, and then let's look at a CBCS. Recent 2,900 for a CBCS. On 33 bids, and CGC is 3,100, 3,000.
So the gap is getting closer.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing.
3,000.
And I call out the industry on this one, Mel, is if you let's just say you have 2 kids, right? And you have a boy and a girl. And if you go and you say, you know what, the boy's the best. The boy is always going to be worth more and blah, blah, blah. And then over here in the daughter, you say, you're worthless. You go for 20% less than you're worth 20% less than the boy. Eventually, the girl's going to go out hooking because she thinks she's worthless.
Okay.
So all these dealers that you guys have been shitting on, and I say you guys politely, but when I hear people shit, you're like, CBCS is worthless. It's always worth 20% less. It's always worth 50% less. It's worthless. And you don't look at the numbers. And I'll tell you, that dealer Flipside was so enlightening to me because everybody shit on CBCS. Everybody chose the Wolfman over the Young Avengers. But when they heard what the census count was and the pop count of the 2 different companies for the same book, all of a sudden, I heard the switch. I heard the switch go off, going, Oh my God, dude! It is harder to get a 9.8 out of CBCS, and therefore it should be worth more.
It's always been harder since jump.
And I've been using them for 4 or 5 years, and I know it's harder, and that's why I love them.
So somebody had explained it to me that when CBCS first started, their 9.9 was actually the equivalent of what a CGC 9.8 was, and that's why they had more 9.9s.
I've gotten 2 9.9s out of over 1,000 books with CBCS. 2. I got 5 9.9s from CGC out of 100 book submission, and I got 2 9.9 Chew #1s from them at a convention submission. They're throwing 9.9s out like it's going out of style.
Well, except for Transformers #1, there's only 3 of them, and one sold for $44,000.
The fact that there are 3 of them.
But those have been graded. Those have been graded for quite a while, though, and that's just it.
But that
a new one has not come up since the last one was graded, probably close to a decade ago.
What I'm saying is,
yeah, but no, I get exactly what you're saying. The count over there is a little bit different, and the grading standards are different too, depending on the book.
Over at CGC, it really is. I know dealers that that are constantly up their ass and constantly talking them up, and guess what? They always get 9.8s, and it's like, oh, hey, let me see that 9.8 of this, and you're like, wow, how did that spine tick and that corner rub get you a 9.8 on that book? Okay.
Okay, so Lucas is bringing up a lot of great slides, All
right, Lucas.
Right. So this is the CBCS pricing. Modern is at $16 a book. I don't know exactly what expanded. It looks like it says it's pre-1975 at $27 a book. Consumer $30 a book. 2-day modern. I guess that's your turnaround times, and quick stream and rapid and everything. So and then what I wanted to bring up was unfortunately, it's too small. I apologize for it being too small. I can't freaking do it any better. But this is the old CGC scoring. It's currently at $20 for the next 4 days. The new price is going to be $22, so it's going to go up $2. Value. This is what they really did. They really got rid of this value tier. And then for economy, that's where it went from 38 to 33. Standard, it had a bit of a jump from 65 to 75. Express, it went from $100 to $120. So that's where you're real. So whereas Dennis, you're talking about, hey, our stuff is sitting on your freaking desk. What's going on? In order to speed it up, it's going to be an up of $20.
Yep.
And then the walkthrough is the same at 3% of FMV. So there you go.
Well, and I mean, to me, I read the letter from CGC, and it's like, oh, hey, we had to build this new place, and we had to hire more people, and we're really backed up in the industry. Dude, that's what you do with the money you already got. Every business that is that echo from me? Oh, shit. Every person who has a business, if they're getting backed up, they hire the next day, or you start looking the next day. Like, oh man, we were really slammed today. You know what? We really need a third person working this line. And you hire it then. You don't wait until you're 6 months backed up to say, hey, I have to raise prices on every hamburger from this point forward.
We knew this was coming. And I spoke about this on this show. And not only that, speaking about it on this show, I spoke about it on the Hot 10. I said the price increase. We knew the price increase was coming because it's a lot of new collectors in here. There's a lot of new money here. Why? I knew they were going to do this. I knew it.
It's a cash grab.
And listen,
it's about improving service. It's not about improving quality. It's not about proving accuracy. It's about cash grab.
So, and then, all right. So, Lucas, you have brought so Dennis. Matter of fact, break it down because my man Comments man, he's a new person to grading. He hit me up earlier. He was like, yo, no. Matter of fact, Comments, what did you say? You sent your books off when?
I recently sent my books off. I think 2 weeks ago.
And they received them when?
They haven't received them. I mean, UPS said that the mail delivered them last week at some time or something like that, early last week.
Right, and that's the shadiest shit. Like all the rest of the stuff, whether it be increasing pricing and all that, I get that. I get that. But when you're telling me that I'm paying for a fast day, increase in freaking time, turnaround time, and the time doesn't count until you officially receive that stuff.
See,
that's some bullshit.
If I can make enough money for daycare, I could take my kid, put him in daycare, and then hand deliver everybody's books to CGC 1 day a week.
Son, yo, it's crazy.
Guys, it's not rocket science here. Matter
of fact, I can send. Hold up, I'm sorry to cut you. I can send you my books, Ultra, and pay you extra.
We would have to have enough money in the coffers to put my kid back in daycare. So
how much is that?
It's a fucking mortgage payment, is what it is. Okay.
but listen, they have my books, and I love CGC. I ain't going no fucking way. I love CGC, but they have my books since April 3rd,
and they still ain't checked in.
No, it's not even marked as received yet.
So they're in the warehouse that they just added because that's what they're doing. They bought the warehouse so they can have UPS and everybody deliver to the new warehouse. Then they take books from the warehouse and process them.
My buddy who sent in the same time I did, starting at March 15th, he said he sent some in March 15th and March 20th and then March 30th. He said they've actually checked in books that he sent in early April before finishing all the books that he sent in late March. So they're throwing everything on a giant pile. And if you think this stuff doesn't get damaged in their care, I got 3 copies of Next Men 21 to show you from Baltimore from like 10 years ago that they dropped and refused to admit that they wrecked it.
Right. And what's crazy is, they don't have all these Comic-Cons where they were accepting all these books. If they were having all these Comic-Cons and everything going on, I kind of would, once again, I would understand, but they don't, right? They're just got a bunch of fucks sitting. And in fact, I remember months ago when this whole thing started, when they started talking about, hey, we got to let people go because they didn't think they were getting business. Now they're saying they're getting too much business.
But you know what's crazy? The fucking turnaround time was fucking faster during COVID than it is now.
Right. And then on top of that, how many damn private signings have they done with Eastman, with McFarlane?
Yes.
Guess what? I guarantee you, at the rates they're charging, those guys are all in front of your books right now, Mel. You like that? You like sitting in you like being at the back of the line while McFarlane books and Eastman books are jumping ahead of you?
If I can get fucking $1,000 for a book that I hope that I get it on, yeah, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. But the thing is, what I don't like, Dennis, I'm gonna side with you here.
Those gorgeous covers covered with Newton rings from those CGC cases.
They won't be my problem when I sell them. But the thing is, you have my interest peak. You and Ninth Wonder. Where's my man Ninth Wonder at?
Oh, I love Ninth Wonder. Yes.
Right. So the thing that piqued my interest when you said 10-day turnaround, I said,
One of them was a 10-day. The other one was the other couple were 14-day.
Fuck it, I'll take a 14.
Yeah,
I'll take a 14.
Dude, I'll have a 14. I'm gonna. You know what? I'll shoot a video of me boxing it up so you guys know when I send it out. And
that's what I would see.
You or not?
We're on the same page. I say my next submission and your next submission, we'll do a simultaneous video.
Okay.
And
I'll shoot my video and send it to you because I don't know how to do that shit.
I got you. That's big. But the price gone are the days of pre-screen. Did I hear that right?
No. Who's Red? You know who Reggie is?
Reggie Collects.
I just discovered his show yesterday, and I fucking love it.
Good dude.
And
He's a
Reggie,
real good dude.
They reported it, and then he came back and said, "There's no pre-screen at this tier. The pre-screen price has gone up, and it has to be at this tier." He explained it. Watch Reggie's show to find out about that. And I now love Reggie's show.
Well, so I'm not gonna watch Reggie's show right now because I'm drunk. But is there pre-screen on it?
Yes. You can still pre-screen.
A modern.
But it's $15 a pop, right?
No, it's an increase. I think it went from 6 to 12 or something like that. Or
I think it went from 5 to 15, but that could be wrong too.
There's a lot of misinformation, and I don't want to be. I hate CGC for so many other reasons. I don't want it to be about misinformation. And they go, "Oh, Dennis is just spewing misinformation." No, I will tell you every reason I legitimately hate CGC. I can't hate them for raising this price a couple bucks here or raising. What Reggie said was he called them and he read the FAQ that it went from $5 to $8 for a rejection on a pre-screen is what I think I heard from Reggie.
Okay.
So it's gone up $3, but when you look at that's a 60% increase.
Yeah, it's $8.
Would you? Okay, so there are books currently. I have books currently sitting in pre-screen. Do you think they would say, "Hey, fuck it, if it's a 9.6, 9.8, like fuck it, give this man a 9.8 so we get to 30 from him," or
if anything, I almost think that they're going to kick more books out. Think about it. Okay, put yourself. Let me. All 5 of you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
All 5 of you. Pretend you're a slacker, 30-year-old comic new jack flipper who got hired at CGC. And man, it's your 3rd week on the job, and you are sick of fucking death of looking at comic books. And then you see a pre-screen order coming through.
Like, fuck, on a Friday.
A stack this big on a Friday. And you're like, oh, Jesus, I got to do this stack before I get to leave?
9.8.
Wrong. I'd go the other way.
No, all the other graders except for that one guy give that book a fucking 9.8, and that one guy that doesn't is the reason why you got a 9.6.
Right. And this guy is going to be like, oh, fuck, if I just call if I call half of these 9.6, I only have to do half the work. And
call him 9.8. Why would he call him 9.8? Fuck it.
Because he doesn't make a dime more if he gets he has to do more paperwork if he wants to call every one of them a 9.8. But if he just calls if half of them a 9.6, then guess what? He gets to go home half a stack early.
Motherfucker.
Would you? Now that's my question. Wouldn't you do that if you were a slacker who gets a stack of books this thick and you got to finish it before the end of the day? And all you got to do is reject half of them, and that stack becomes this big and it's more manageable.
Damn. Yeah, I would.
I know it's hard to put yourself in the place of a lazy slacker millennial, but
no, it's not for me.
I kind of like get Professor X on this shit and get in there, and that's what I see. I'm like, oh no, they're just gonna. And when I see all the unopenings, and I saw yours, Brian, from about a month ago, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? 9.4, 9.2, 9.6. You know, shit.
Right. So I mean that basically all this pre-screen stuff incentivizes them to fuck your shit up.
Right.
So you have to pay more for the pre-screen.
How would you have to pay more for pre-screen? I don't understand.
Wouldn't he be doing? I can't read. I'm on my.
So would he be doing more paperwork for a 9.6? Listen, what's damaged and what's not?
Yeah, no, only if you're paying for all the grading comments.
So in a 9.6, all of a sudden here's the 2 books. He's got a 9.8. He's got 2 9.8s, but he wants to make his workload easy. So he just takes this 9 and goes, oh, you know what? This is a 9.6. Rejection. Boom. It goes over here. Now I'll just call this one a 9.8. Fuck it. Okay, 9.8. Slight scuff on the side. Doesn't break. All right. This is the 9.8, and I don't have to do the work on this one. Send it back to him and say it's a 9.6 or lower.
I think they've been doing that regardless, because nobody runs the gauntlet.
When I looked at Brian's submission, and he was getting back 9.4s and 9.2s on modern books,
all pressed too.
All pressed, and I think those are just people going, "Fuck this." You know what? And first of all, the people that they're hiring, they know what these books are worth. So they're like, fuck, this guy's got 5 of these. Fuck him. He's going to get 2. I'll give them 2 9.8s, 2 9.6s, and a 9.4.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck off.
That definitely happens.
Yes, I know it does. And then guess what? And every single when I was off to the side in the chat room or in the chats, and you guys were all talking about CBCS versus CGC last week. And I'm sitting there, and every single one of you guys gave every reason why you should be at CBCS. And they're like, well, if I get a 9.6, I just crack it open and submit it again. And then half the time I get a 9.8. And then I take those 9.6s that I got from that time, and I crack those open, and I send them in for a third time, and I sometimes get 9.8s out of those. That's not accuracy.
But,
that's not worth more.
So, but if I send it to CBCS, it's going to get a 9.6 anyway. So, and a 9.6 CBCS, you might as well just get that shit away for a bag of crack.
I don't know, man. You know what? I forget who it was on that same dealer Flipside, but they were all like, you know what? I think I'm going to start buying CBCS 9.6s from now on. Because a 9.6 of CBCS may be, and I'm just saying this, it may become kind of the BGS 9.5 at some point. Or the PSA 10 is the gold standard in sports cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, that equivalent is a CGC 9.8 because I can't fathom the reasons, but it is. Okay, so those are the parallel things. But when people start seeing the accuracy of CBCS grades, go look at any of my auctions. Go to Wonderworld Comics and Games on eBay. You look at any of those. Spot a flaw big enough to be a 9.6 that's a 9.8.
Let me tell you something. The 9.6 I got on my Moon Girl. No, that shit was the purest 9.8 book I've ever seen. I almost guarantee if I was to crack it and resubmit it to CGC, it would get a 9.8. Now, what I'm going to do as a project, I'm going to have...
Yes.
But I don't know how to crack books. That's the problem.
This hurt my feelings so bad. Do you see this?
I can't.
All right, it says 9.6. That's all you need to see. This hurt my feelings so fucking bad because this book was fucking perfect. I was like, oh my God, I might actually get a 9.9 on this one. It's a cardstock cover. Right. Flawless. No spine breaks. And they fucking 9.6'd me. You know why they 9.6'd me? Because this and 2 9.4s were the only other non-9.8s on that whole fucking submission that I put in. And they got mad at me. They were like, oh no, we can't let this guy run the gauntlet. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a finger wrinkle on the back of your local comic shop day, all new Wolverine #1. And then we're just not going to give you a 9.8 on your ASM 316. And we're going to give you a 9.6 on this one. So they wrecked me last time I did that. So
son, I got a term for it. I call it the love grade. They definitely give me the love grade because they see the book that was like, motherfucker said about 4 of these in, all look good. Let me bang them on one of them and give them a love grade or something else.
Yep.
I've admitted to that. I've admitted to seeing that. I've admitted to having that.
Mel, you're paying for you to get fucked in the ass like that. Do you like getting fucked in the ass so much that you'll pay for it?
A little bit.
Mel, that what you talking about reminds me of a question I was asking before. You said that when submitting the modern tier books to not put the value of the book over $200.
It definitely don't.
So explain what that, but like why not to put that? Why the value? What you those books really
because they'll move you up a tier and charge you more,
way more.
So here's the thing. So at CBCS and CGC, I've had this happen once on both companies. So years ago at CGC, I got a phone call in the middle of the day, and they're like, "Hi, is this Mr. Barger?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Yeah, we've got this is CGC, and we've got your book here." And I forget what book it was, but it was like a mid-silver Spidey, like 40 or 40s. It wasn't 40 or 41. It was like in 42 or 43. And I thought in my head it was like a 6 or an 8, somewhere in there. And it came back 9.2.
What?
But the value at a 9.2 was so off the chart that I had it at the wrong tier. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. If I pay you more, it's going to be worth more money. And they're like, yeah, that's the way.
What?
I'm like, okay, go ahead. Here's my credit card. And then I got the 9.2.
What?
And that's how that tier system works. Is it if you submit? I mean, I think same thing works for PSA. If you submit a Michael Jordan rookie and you think it's a $4,000 4.0 PSA 4, right?
And it comes back at 9.0.
And they're like, hey, we think this is like a 6 or a 7, and it's worth 10,000, and now you're no longer in the the 2 to 5,000 tier. You need to pay us more to be in that other tier. Well, you're automatically going to get a higher grade, so you pay the more.
Right.
Yo,
So,
we are having a real talk discussion. Yo, everybody, promote this because we having a real talk discussion. This ain't no fucking filtered shit that you see on a lot of other channels and shit. This is some real fucking collector, speculator shit going there, talking like how real people talk, not hiding words. We giving you all the raw. So, 93 Live listeners in the fucking building. We're going to keep this conversation going, man.
Right. Yeah. What Dennis is saying is so important, right? Because when it comes to timing, right? So if you submit a new book, right, before anybody really knows about it, then that local pothead, that slacker, he doesn't know nothing about it. He's just going to freaking do it up. But when you're holding books, that gives them time to catch up on the information on the street.
Books, yes.
More of those same books are going to come through. So not only do they know what that book should be, and they're going to scrutinize it more, but there's more books that are similar to that book that they can freaking look. Okay, this book is better than that. So I'm going to make sure that this book gets a 9.8, make sure that this one gets a 9.6, and this one gets a 9.2. And that's what happens when you're holding books. Which, once again, if I'm paying all this doggone money, don't do that to me.
Well,
you see, I'm not advocating CBCS. I've been the CGC head since I started.
PGX, baby.
Now the only reason I'm CGC was because I came from the Impressibles, baby. They was all about the CGC. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I learned. You know what I'm saying? Never gave CBCS a chance. However, 10-day turnaround. We're gonna see what happens with that Moon Girl. If I get the grade, that I want for that Moon Girl, then not a problem, man. We got a problem. We got not.
But what you were saying, Lucas, is dead on, and it's back to what I was saying about putting our money to sleep, putting our industry's money to sleep. If let's just say the 6 of us are all sitting and we get a leak about what the first episode of Loki is going to have in it. And all of a sudden we go, okay, cool. Mel's going to buy 3 copies. Ultra's going to buy 3 copies. I'll buy 3 copies. We'll all send them in. And if they get received and thrown in a giant stack, and then a month later it hits the Hot 100 list over on Key Collector, now everybody knows about it, and our 18 copies are all sitting waiting to be checked in at CGC. Meanwhile, the guy who's over at CBCS, he's already gotten his back. He's first to market. And when my Key Collector has it on the site, guess what? I've got the first 9.8. I got the highest grade, the biggest grade. And your guys are all sitting over there waiting for them to open the package and decide, oh, hey, they paid fast track for this. Maybe we should have opened this a month ago and fast tracked it then.
So wait, where was that question again about the Grails? Oh, here we go. Put that back up. Shit, I lost it again.
Yeah, that was on my man Smart Pick.
Right. So if you had some raw Grails, where would you send? So I define Grails as a book that's personal to you, that you don't plan on selling anytime soon, that you just want to have in your collection, right? That you plan on passing down to your kids, to talk to them about it and all that other stuff, right? So it doesn't matter about what you're sending it to. It doesn't matter about the investment of whether it's a hard case or any of that other stuff. So I'm going to go with CBCS. And that's only because of the pricing on it. That several of these tiers and modern and all that other stuff is a lot cheaper. And once again, just like Dennis is talking about, I don't trust it for my books to be in the hands of CGC for so long, just for it to get ripped apart, just because of some freaking slacker doing whatever.
And I mean, how many times have we seen on one of the forums, the classic one is that Marvel Premiere 15 that has water damage and a stain that has a 9.2 CGC grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys all seen that one?
I heard about it.
Yeah. And then, for every one of those, I'll say there's some screwed up CBCS cases that I've seen people throw at me going, oh, yeah? Well, here, look at this one. Look, CBCS made a mistake once. Okay, well, CBCS is 5 years old. Occasionally a 5-year-old shits on the floor.
Right.
But CGC is 25 years into this joint, right?
My son's 4, and he better not do that shit for the next ever. We don't raise no fucking animals in this house.
You know what I'm saying here, okay?
But I do have a 5-year-old dog, and you know what? If he pooped on the floor once, I'd be more forgiving than my son doing it. So just,
exactly.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, Dennis. And look, this is going to be a universal battle, and this is also the reason why I'm excited to see some other startups. You guys have seen there's other companies that are trying to throw their hat into the fucking grading ring here. So it's
you know what? Hey,
not Beckett, like EGS, like the one that fucking Long Pump fucking had his X-Force graded with the card.
I heard about this Halo company over in Australia too.
Them too.
That was real?
Yeah, that Halo company, that shit's fucking real, dude.
Yeah. But here, you know what? The one thing we didn't talk about this whole time with CGC raising their prices, if they're so backed up and they're so understaffed and all this, why the fuck did you open a card grading company 3 months ago and start taking all the Pokemon cards and sports cards?
Because you know why? Because the other companies are so far backed up that they saw the money opportunity. Yeah.
They saw the
price and they thought that they could get some people who know cards to come work for them that aren't in the comic realm and do that.
I heard they actually swiped a few people from a certain company that was a competitor.
Well, of course, because why wouldn't you want to move to Florida? I mean, there's a bunch of people who want to move here. It's nice here.
Oh, is this true? CBCS has rewards to give you money towards future special, and
I get it. Yeah, I get them all the time. They're I think for me, I get dealer rewards, but I think there's a different. It's basically like your Discover card cash back.
Really?
Yeah, I've got like $150 sitting in there that I haven't used.
Wait, so the more you submit books to
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's a true thing.
I guess I'll be going over to CBCS from now on.
I'm not trying to stir up business for them, but right now I believe they have a promo code. So if you go over there right now and you put in the promo code SAVE10, you get an additional 10% off. And they're not paying me to say that. That's what I've been using. I used it in March, and I sent them an email saying, hey, is there an April deal going on? And they're like, no, we're just going to run the Save 10 in April. I was like, okay, cool. So I've been using the Save 10 since March and April to save an additional 10% off. Plus, I get the dealer kickback. The 3%, whatever. I think it's like 2% maybe.
All right, so let me ask you this. If they're doing all this great shit.
The clear choice. Absolutely.
Why haven't they taken over CGC?
That's the great question.
Because cultural.
Oh,
right?
why?
Cultural. I've talked about this many times that Unpressable Defects, as much as I love them, fucked up the industry so bad. There are books that Unpressable Defects had advocated for way back. What's it like 4 years ago since they last? 4 years ago, that people are still in their mind like, oh man, this is the shit book. And now, and once again, we still have the guys that are generation that are still like, okay, Unpressable Defects 4 years ago said CGC is the shit.
That's me.
So there's still so fuck you, Mel. So they're still on that mind.
No. I was influenced. I was influenced.
I understand it. So they're still in the
Remember,
mindset that CG's the shit.
I wasn't grading books back then.
Right. So I once again, CBCS for the money is the better deal. I will say this, and I will hit on CBCS on this, is that don't send it to them if you're at a con, don't think that you're going to get that shit back right away for CBCS.
Oh yeah, no.
It'll take them about 3 to 4 months. No, I've had something where I put some shit in October and I didn't get it back till like February of the next year or some shit like that. But for all that other stuff, when it comes to the grading, when it comes to the cases, on all the other stuff, if it's for my Grail, it's for my personal stuff, I'm going with CBCS all the way. I didn't even know about the reward program stuff. So
when you were submitting at the conventions, were you submitting autographs as well?
Yes.
Okay, now that I will tell you, there is a time frame on that, and with the convention season and all of the separations of the companies, that has added an extra month. Now I sent in, I think it was like 8 books for verified signature series. And I sent in 5 books for authorized signature series. And both of them, around the same time, that March 15th time, they both arrived. They both went to the place wherever they verify that stuff. I don't know how it works. And they both came back within 2 days of each other. And they're still waiting to move from the received to go to grading. And for the last week.
Right.
So it does take a month. Like they do send everything to weird departments and they're departmentalized because I think Beckett's very structured like that. So there's the people who approve the verified signatures. And then there are people who look up to make sure, yes, you were at that convention and you were a certified witness at that convention and blah, 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 blah. And then both those companies then go through their process and then send it back to CBCS. And then they put it back on the desk to go to the grading room. So sometimes there is bureaucracy that will add to that. But I won't be able to tell you the full amount until those 10 books, 12 books come back.
Right. You know what I would pay? And I would pay for people to just slap the book, right? Just put it in the case. I don't need a grade. Just put the title. I mean, if it was signed, just mention that. I don't need a fucking grade. I just want to have it in a protective case that's been verified and just put it so I can put it away.
I talked to a company last week, and we're going to have a meeting in May about this because I'm a little upset that I have to tear open the bag of my Ultimate Fallout 4 to have somebody grade it. Right. I want to have a book not graded. I want to have it encapsulated,
right,
in plexi. What do they call it? UV
protected. Right, the PVC. Yeah, right. So here's what I would say is that they had to at least verify it, right? So and I get that. So if they open it, check the book, check the guts and everything, but then they gotta freaking close it back up and put it in the PVC. I'm for that.
Yeah.
Because there's too many fucking rats in this fucking industry right now.
Those Spawn VHS copies, I want to be able to
sure
those plastic. Yeah. I want to do those. Remember the sets that they did for Marvel versus DC, where they had all 4 of them in a cardboard box and it was shrink wrapped.
Sure, right.
So
right.
I have like an entire thing that I'm talking to this company about encapsulating and grading the exterior, not the interior. And to try to get them to bring that up to the level that I think we should be at in this industry.
Yeah. If they put me in on that call, Coach, I want to put me on that call. Man, I've got so many ideas for that.
Well,
that would be freaking awesome.
I got one for you that I absolutely love, and it's impossible to try to display it all because of the way it's set up. But those old Sam Goody Spider-Man that came with the cassette tapes, You know, the 1 in 1,000 Spider-Man all white variants. Those 4 copies, they all came with a cassette tape and a poly bag, and they all got super damaged. But I have one of each of those in the poly bag with the cassette tape unopened. It would be great to figure out some way to get those.
First part is if you send it to, and I love CBCS obviously, but if you send it to either of those companies, they're just going to slice that bag open, throw it away. They
throw the tape away.
They may send it back to you, but either way, then they're going to grade it 8.5 because it had a cassette tape beating around in that bag. I learned that the hard way when I sent in a comic book 3-pack to get graded.
Hey, Dennis, let me ask you: were you ever a fan of CGC? And then, if so, when was the transition made?
So starting around 2008, I was a really big fan, and I saw what I saw about CGC was not the dick waving. Mine's better than yours. I had. Do you guys anybody know who Tommy Lee Edwards is?
No. Not me.
All of the Mad Max Furiosos for DC, all the covers, really gorgeous painted covers.
Okay.
So I went to high school with him, and my senior year of high school, he was a junior, and he sold his first comic book called 8 Ball, and he made 190 copies of it, and he only sold it to friends and families to raise money to go to art school. And I bought 2 of them. Okay, cool. I find out when I got back into the comic book industry, I found out he was famous in the comic book industry. And I'm like, oh, hey, well, I got something that's kind of rare. And dude, it was like pulling teeth to be able to get CGC to basically say what this book was. And it was kind of magazine size. So, and I'm like, you know what? This is exactly what this is for, because I know what the book is. I don't ever want to read it again. It was good, but it's not earth shattering. It's, you know, so I'm like, I just want to have these encapsulated that says, I have this book and this is what it is, so that when I die, my kids can see this piece of official paper that says, this is what this is, sell it like this. And they were made at a Kinko's, so the highest grade they can get is a 9.2 because they were used with construction paper covers and all that. But there's 190 of them in the world, and I own 2 of them. And if he ever becomes even, you know, like a Del Mundo or you know, he won't be a J. Scott Campbell, but, you know, he might be able to be a Sienkiewicz, you know. But he's a really cool guy, one of my best, you know, good friends back in high school. I wanted to encapsulate that moment. And I started telling every indie creator I knew, dude, do you love your creation? Do you love your book? And they'd be like, yeah. I go, then you know what? Take a copy of it. I don't care if it's the worst copy at the bottom of the printers that you don't think you can get $4 for at a convention, or if it's the best cover in the middle of the stack and you want to have it, just send it off and get it graded by CGC. I used to send everybody to CGC. I was a witness for CGC. I brought CGC to my show to have Stan Lee authenticated by them. So I was a huge fan of these guys. They didn't have to do anything to keep my patronage. And I went to that, and I started seeing cracks in the armor. You know, like I married a bunch of 181s with value stamps, and they never caught a single one of them. And I started going, wow, you know what? That's a little weird, but I didn't know it was against the rules to marry those at the time. But they didn't catch them. So, okay, cool. I know how many copies of 181 are married by me in circulation.
You're not the only one who does that, though. And there's a shit ton of people who've done that with the value stamps, believe me.
What do you mean by married?
So, like the same way Sith Lordy was talking about the Hulk 181 cover that he had put together. So basically, someone took a different Hulk 181 cover and put it on the different guts of another Hulk 181 and put them together and basically like opened the staples and puts it together. So people do that same shit with the Marvel value stamps because so many people ripped out the value stamps that they will find a shit copy that's like a fucking 2.0 or 2.5 with a value stamp in it. And then they'll go and they'll get a high grade, like fucking 8.0, 9.0 copy that doesn't have the value stamp. And they'll put it together and they'll send that motherfucker back in for grading and they'll turn a green label into a blue label just like that.
Yep. So, And I was doing this, and I'm like, wow, it just seems weird that they never catch this, and this is somehow not a purple label, because I think that was a purple label back then.
Qualified or restored, if they catch you marrying anything, it's a restored, it's purple label for sure.
So then the next time it hit me, I paid. So I did an Obama versus Sarah Palin cover for Barack the Barbarian. For a store variant, I said, you know what? I want to get like 40 of these graded. So I sent them to my buddy. I went through the whole stack and I picked out the best 40 copies. I sent them to my buddy at New York Comic Con. I said, hey, can you submit these at the show for 9/8 pre-screen? And I got 34 back and 6 9/8s. And I'm like, whoa. Are you kidding? And it was like, at that time, I think it was $25 convention grading fee, where it was like normally $15. So you're paying an extra $10, and they kicked out 34 of them. And I'm like, wow, that's brutal, man. Fuck. So we had Larry Hama, and we had Josh Blaylock, and we had the colorist. I forget his name. We had them in my store. I said, just grab those 34 that CGC sent back, and we'll have them sign all of those, because those are the best ones we had. So we'll get some 9.6s yellow label. Every one of those came back 9.8. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is your service worth if you kicked out these 34 copies as inferior to 9.8? I have 3 people touch them, and you guys know how bad Larry Hama is with books. Everybody knows how bad Larry Hama is booked. He doesn't give 2 shits about the condition of the book. He'll flip it around and go like, oh, yeah, you want me to sign this here? Okay, you know. So, and somehow 3 people touch these books. I then send them back to CGC to get yellow labels, and they're all miraculously 9.8 yellow labels.
That's because he done fucked up all the books. He done fucked up all the books, so everyone's a 9.8 compared to everything else.
I mean, I've always said, all right, so again, when I was on a principal defects, when I first started, I was like, yo, what the fuck is the purpose of getting a fucking book graded? Who gives a fuck? Like, who the fuck? But again, me being a collector, intro collector, when I was on a principal defects to where I am now, I understood like, okay, grading the books, you get more value for them. So I remember the whole big Newton ring shit. I was sitting there, I ain't give a fuck about Newton ring because I was never going to fucking grade a book. But now the biggest thing now is what we're talking about. It's like I've seen, and I will admit this, I've gotten books back that were fucking nowhere near 9.8s.
Right.
They got 9/8, but I've also.
Hey, but here's the thing, and this is part of what's the honesty, integrity in comics, Brian. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm not saying you're not being honest here, but let's be honest here. Okay, how can you guys put your weight? And I'm not saying that because you're fat, Mel. But how can you guys put your weight behind a company that you know is flawed like that? And then on top of that, how do you know that somebody at CGC doesn't know, oh, hey, this is that Mel guy from It's Drunken Chat.
That's what I'm saying.
Make sure those 9/8s get back to him on that.
Because
really good. And then guess what happens? Then Mel says, I'm never using CBCS. I'm only using CGC. And guess what? Are we being honest about comic books? Are we being honest in having integrity? Because if the thumb can be put on the scale, then the scale ain't right.
But that can go for anywhere, though. That can go for any grading company.
Well, but I mean, here's the thing. I know when CBCS fucks me. And guess what? I look at the book and I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, that. I just got back my Moon Girls, my Moon Girl hip hops, right? Or no, maybe it was my Kamala hip hops. And I never took them out of the bag and board. The fronts look perfect. Guess what? 2 white little rubs on the back of that black cover.
9.8.
9.6. No, 9.6. They should, in my opinion, they should have been 9.8s. I only submitted 2. Both of them got flagged 9.6, kicked out.
How does CBCS handle color rub? A general manufacturer's defect on color rub.
It's not. No, those color rubs are not manufacturer. That's for me putting it in a white bag and board and letting it sit there and micro rub.
It's distribution. It's rubbing up against the books in the box in the case as it's being distributed.
Right, but that was an all black cover, so the black on.
No, I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about in general because again, like you said, those Moon Girls, yes, that all those books are fucked up. Some get 9.6s, some get 9.4s, some gets 9.8s.
I got a 9.8. I got a 9.8 on one of them, on one of my Moon Girls, but like I said, both of my Kamalas came back 9.6.
So how does CBCS handle color rubs?
They grade them as such.
And Mel, it's got to be. It's the same thing that CGC and all the other grading companies do. If the entire production line is affected, it probably will not affect the grade as much as it would on another book. To whereas like Thanos 13, 1 in 25,
right. Exactly.
That book, I've got one without fucking color rub on it. That one should be a 9.8. However, we know how things go. And the ones that I've seen 9.6s with fucking tons of color rub speckles on the backside of them. I've seen 9.4s with big old white patches. So I mean, it's got to be something like, again, if the folding machine that day when they're producing that book gets a cover jammed in it, and every single book that goes through there is riddled with multiple spine breaks down the side that don't break color, well, then every book in the whole run's like that. It should be that, okay, every single one of those is a 7.5, and there are no 9.8s in this book, but they don't grade them that way, man. They usually treat it like, okay, the entire print run is affected. This is a 9.8 of that book.
But it takes some time for them to figure that out. And
usually, yeah.
Tell them.
They did that. I do believe they did that with the Wanted Comics Haha #1, because a lot of those were fucked, and I'm seeing a lot more 9.8s than it was when I first did my.
Dude, those books are so fucking tough, man. They show every little flaw. I mean, if they aren't fucking minty perfect when they're pulled out of the case, then it's definitely manufacturing. But it's crazy to think like all these little things that come into play when we're talking about grading books and how they grade books and how they qualify these, little niches. Like every single one of like here's a good book, for example, fucking X Factor #6. They almost all of them have that damn chip in that top fucking corner because the paper was just made of shit. For whatever reason.
See, Ultra, you got a comment from the one God Tank.
The E.F. Hutton. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate that, man. I love that these guys hold my gibbering in such high regard when all I wanted to do was ever talk comics.
Comics. Yo, we are having such a fucking good time. 1 hour in, we got 104 live listeners. Yo, again.
Hey, Ultra, the under-over just went up 3 points.
To what?
An hour.
Yo, I mean, I want to keep this subject going, but we got a lot of shit to move on to. There's something because Lucas has just posted something crazy. Are we ready? Are we ready? Dennis, are you ready?
What's the over-under on this one actually happening?
It's happening, right?
Oh, it's happening.
Yeah, 200 million people, 360 million people in the United States. 200 million people have access now to the vaccine. The only problem now is that the companies are saying, yeah, you guys are going to need fucking booster shots. Right?
Yearly. It's like a flu shot. Yearly.
Yeah, right. So I'm not fucking going to this fucking thing.
I'm going.
You can go ahead if you want. And, you know what I mean?
Well, my vaccine passport's not up to date, so I'm not allowed to travel.
So I talked right after the pandemic. I used to be really good friends with Gabe Yoakum, who runs C2E2 and works for Reed. And I did an interview with him on my Facebook live stream thing that I used to do, Daily D at 3. And one of the things
I like that. Daily D at 3. I like that.
One of the things that we discussed was here's the problem. And this came from my cousin, who I love to death. I'm not trashing on him, but he's the last person I thought would give me the epiphany moment. And he said, the problem with air circulation is we suck the air from the top and then we dump the air from the bottom. We push the fresh air in from the bottom or the top.
He's an engineer?
No, he's an air conditioning repairman.
He's almost an engineer. That's they changed
HVAC engineer. Yes.
You're poorly paid engineers.
Right. So he said they need to suck all the air from the bottom and replace it from the top. So that way the air comes down, pushes the spittle coming out of our mouths down, and then everything gets sucked up from the bottom.
The problem with these buildings, well, they were never changing the air filters.
They
right?
can't.
No, they can. They can. They just didn't do it. The engineers in those buildings didn't do it.
You know,
right?
Here's the thing. Here's the problem. And then here's my big epiphany. You've been to New York Comic Con. I've been to New York Comic Con.
There's a lot of funky motherfuckers.
Yeah. So what I was going to suggest is that they have one of those, contagion shower systems set up outside the doors, because the last thing we need is one of these dudes who smells like the rawest, nastiest deli meat, converting COVID into the fucking T virus. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about con crud.
Yeah. It's because you're in an environment with people who haven't fucking smelled themselves in a month.
You catch one of the 5 viruses that 100 people had a different strain of, and you get it into your, so you get bronchitis, and you're getting I don't know what
AIDS,
herpes, whatever. But you're going to catch something. And we figured out the odds one time out of a small group of like 20 or 30 of us. You got about a 1 in 3 chance of getting con crud, and con crud has about a 1 in 2 chance of kicking your nuts in for a week.
Yeah.
And I'm not lying about that. So the industry that knows about con crud and how they've never been able to stop it anywhere. Wizard World, Reed, San Diego, the little mom and pop show like Ohio Comic Con or whatever. Nobody can stop con crud, but somehow we're going to stop Corona. Got it.
Hey, man, look, they're going to limit the number of people going inside. That's how they're going to do it.
That'll fix it. Yay!
And maybe they're going to serve food and alcohol. And miraculously, that it just bounces off as long as you have food or alcohol at your table. Yeah. That's why you're required to wear your mask walking into the restaurant before you sit down.
Dennis knows they didn't have the red helmet filters, but they're gonna do a whole. They should have already did the filtration system because
there is a filter that filters 0.03% more than a HEPA. I'm sorry.
You got to remember, Jacob Jarvis was the fucking center where they used to give the vaccinations. If you don't think they changed those filters and fixed that air filtration system by now,
to me, it's not the filters; it's the people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You're gonna have people with their comics and all that stuff out there, and people are gonna be touching the comics all day.
You're telling me the same group of people who can't smell their own Frito farts is gonna know that they got in contact with a COVID person last week and shouldn't come to the Comic Con because they totally have been looking forward to this for 2 years, and they're not gonna look past the fact that they were hanging out with Grandpa who just gave up a lung in the hospital.
Well, fuck all that. I'm going.
All right, so everybody, we need a NASA spacesuit for all of our friends attending New York Comic Con.
Yeah,
right. So
there's really good cosplay.
Isolated fucking oxygen supply, bro. Fixes everything, right?
I think everybody should be wearing those T-Rex costumes that are fully enclosed and they have the little window screen there.
Yeah, and you know what? With a hula hoop on around the outside for social distancing.
There you go.
And this way, nobody makes contact with anybody.
I'm fucking going. I mean, I
want to go, but you know what? This year, I'm sorry. I'm going to wait till next. They need to get all this shit out. If everybody else wants to be my guinea pig, that's fine.
I mean, fucking, I already got the.
Blind Adam has offered everybody body condoms. So there you go. Everybody's taken care of.
You figure I've already been a guinea pig for the fucking
brother. I haven't talked to you forever.
I've already been a guinea pig for the fucking the vaccine. Why not be a guinea pig for the Comic-Con? Fuck it. I'm going. Fuck it.
Cool.
Dennis, you gotta
Yeah, I got glasses. What do you want?
No, you were saying something about damn fucked up. This.
We behind. We're slacking a little bit, but it's cool. Everybody's sticking with
Oh
us.
yeah, you can't say that. The the Fortnite Batman John.
Oh yeah. Bullshit book.
Right. It's for the code. The only reason why the book is selling is for the code.
Okay, I understand, and it's all FOMO. But here's the thing: all the second printings are going to have the same fucking code.
Exactly. Thank you.
And the third print, the third print was just announced too, right?
And don't tell me that it's about it's the first appearance. All the first appearances were in the Marvel books.
That's right.
There you go.
All the Fortnite first appearances were indeed.
Exactly. You know what this is? This is DC small dick energy fanboy trying to pump this book up to be something, and they know it's nothing, but they're trying, and a whole bunch of kids that want to fucking and they're basically, it's the Pokemon cards. If they buy up all the copies, they can sell it to the kids because they want to play something online.
And just so everybody knows, this is the first full appearance of the Fortnite universe in Marvel Comics. It is Fantastic Four number 24. It has the Marvel Nexus War backup story in it. And this happens to be the Walmart variant of that
There you
book.
go. Thank you for pulling that out. Yes.
So there were covers, and again, there were Fortnite covers.
Is the She-Hulk cover the Fortnite variant for that one?
No, it's the Doctor Doom with one of the Fortnite, like the rabbit or the bunny or whatever.
Yeah,
that's the Fortnite variant. So there is a Fortnite variant for Fantastic Four number 24.
Dude, if you watch my show, by the way, everybody, Wonder World Comics on YouTube, I do a show every day called What's Moving with D. So please go over and like and subscribe and do all that bullshit. But I was blown away. We sold, like, when that first came out, we're like, we just got $14.99 for this She-Hulk variant. That's crazy. We just got, and then the next day it's like $19.99, $24.99. I think we were getting like $40 for those at one point.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
This is nothing. I mean,
so
great covers.
All right, so I didn't see a single one of these in 2 LCSs. So what's the deal with the premium variant on the right? Why was it premium?
For no fucking reason.
It
was
probably
the same fucking price. I mean, unless the retailers put up the price, but the cost of the retailers was the exact same. It was not a.
But did it have any additional content or anything like that inside that version?
No, it was bags maybe. Like, were the other ones bagged? Because I know the one on the right was bagged.
Right.
The one on the right, impossible to find.
Why?
I don't know.
And to me, the yellow one is the one that I think if Fortnite people gave a shit and had to have this to put on their wall while they play Fortnite, if Ninja cared, that would be the one I think they would want. I don't think they would care about the first one or the third one.
No, the third one was
they were all bagged.
They were all bagged. But so my question to you, Dennis, and everyone
protect the code most likely.
The code, is it the same code in each book, or it's a different code in each book?
No, same codes. Same codes. Now the ones that are iterations later are going to have different codes for the skins, right?
Isn't it like somebody said it's like the Marvel digital code where you have to peel it up in order to read the code.
I heard,
and it's an individual like encryption, so like it's an organized like fucking code, and that's the reason why they're poly bagged, so people didn't fucking just go in there and steal the code from people. Yeah,
right. But the same code is going to be in a second and third print.
Right.
So if I really would just really care about collecting, I would go ahead and buy it, not fucking open this motherfucker at all. And see, that's how you know it's only collectors. It's not for the kids. Kids don't.
Well, I was gonna give one away tonight, but the fuck. Does anybody even care about this anymore?
I think you should give it. I think anybody who is buying this at more than retail price because they want the skin, you're out of your fucking mind, and come over and just throw your money at me, and I'll give you something just as good.
Yeah,
Now, I will say it's going to be different with the Snake Eyes and Batman team up. That's got a little bit more gusto behind it because I know that there's a lot of people that are like, oh fuck, I want that book. So,
Right, and that's an interesting crossover, and that's worthy of going nuts for. But can you order those right now?
yeah, I think that just hit FOC.
Right. So
Or it hits FOC fucking Sunday.
if you're
So-
an idiot retailer and you do not have your Liefeld Snake Eyes number plus your Batman number times 2 in your FOC, you're a fucking moron. And please get the fuck out of this.
So, and you know what? As a Liefeld fan, I got to say that I hear a lot of people who absolutely fucking hate him say that they like the Snake Eyes series.
Yeah,
They're like it's
he's
fucking really good. Well, yeah, because he's exciting.
Stan Lee, there are people who hate Jack Kirby, and there are people who hate Rob Liefeld, and there are people who hate Todd McFarlane, and there are people who hate Jim Lee. Guess what? Those 5 people are the Mount fucking Rushmore of this industry. And you can hate them all they want, but nobody is going to knock those 5 guys off that fucking mountain.
Dude, when I start talking about how Jack Kirby liked Rob Liefeld so much, and that's the reason why the Kirby family let him do so many of his properties, I get such resistance. I'm like, Rob Liefeld is the Jack Kirby of the 90s. And they go, what did you fucking say? Like, I trigger people, but it's one of my better qualities.
It's true. And then when you go back to that spec on, what was it, 87 or some, what was it, the one that was on the hot list? I don't remember. But the fact that Rob Liefeld and Todd McFarlane, to me, at a certain point in time, they were the Jack and Stan.
I'm very, very biased in that argument, though, because I love the 90s.
Dude,
Hey,
yeah. What is
Dennis, you OG like me.
it? Okay.
You remember Mask?
Yes.
How awesome was Mask?
Mask Crusader.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do
I
you-
know. I
do
love
you-
Mask. I have so many of the Mask toys sitting in my warehouse waiting for Mask to like pick up and explode so I can make tons of money. I have like 2 Boulder Hills.
Really? I'm looking for that because I think Mask.
Are you a Hondo McLean fan?
No, I'm a Condor.
Oh, Bruce Sato. No, wait a second.
Yeah. You want it?
Bruce Sato was with Rhino.
No, Bruce Sato was Condor. I thought.
His name was, oh God, what was it? Brad Turner.
Brad Turner.
Yeah, Cyclone.
Do you remember what the Further Prison Mask was?
Well, it's a preview in the back of one of the books, and then they have DC Comics Mask #1.
Oh, you don't know about the mini comic.
No, the mini comics came in the thing made by Kenner.
Right.
Yeah,
It predates that.
There are 3.
It predates that.
Okay, what was it?
No, the mini toys predate the
Oh yeah, the mini comics like
Yeah.
in the Masters of the Universe stuff predates all the DC stuff too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
And
So
they were all done
Yes.
by Turkey, weren't they?
Say that again.
What weren't the Mask ones or the He-Man ones done by Kirby?
Oh, I didn't know the artist. Lucas, can you pull up the mini comics for Mask?
Oh no. You know where? Okay, here's the here. Oh, we want to have your mind blown. How many people remember Big Jim in the Pack?
Nah, I don't remember that shit.
Big Jim in the Pack. Google that one up. Jack Kirby did all the designs for the Pack, and he did the mini comic that came with the toys.
Really?
Big Jim was like this guy, male toy that he had a metal bar in his arm, and if you did this, his muscle would come up. And he came with like, with kind of the gayest costumes ever. Like you could dress him as the construction worker, the police officer, the Indian, It was
so he was the Village People.
pretty much, yeah. And
Wow.
he came naked wearing a pair of Speedos in the box, and you had to buy all of his outfits. And they're like, yeah, this really isn't selling to young boys except for 10% of them. And let's retool this thing. And they came up with Big Jim's Pack, and they hired Jack Kirby. I think it's Jack Kirby to do a whole comic book and design these characters. And so all of a sudden they became the Whip and Torpedo and all of these crazy characters. But that is kind of the precursor to all of these toys where they came up with a comic book and inserted it with the toy to kind of spurn it. And it actually was more successful as the pack.
Hey, Lucas, you got the picture I just sent you?
Stand by.
There we go. Yeah.
It's old school shit.
No, that's Jack Kirby art there. See that the face, the jaw, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the this is one of the King's big contributions to toys, and Mattel was there out in California where he had retired. So he worked for Mattel out when he was in California.
Boom. So what my whole thing is, if everybody's going big on previews, everybody's going crazy on previews, books, and what's the first? This right here, mini comic, which
Actually,
is very.
Go back one real quick. The other thing is look at the diversity of this team back then. Think about 1976 or 77 when this came out. You know, you had the Native American, you had the African American, and the Whip. And,
Yeah, what the fuck is that all about? The Whip.
Hey, guess what? He has the Whip now, motherfuckers.
Okay.
Well, you know he could have had a gun because the cops would have shot his ass.
You know?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I think the Whip is actually a white dude. I can't remember.
No, it looks like me.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks like Blade a little bit.
Unless he's a dude playing another dude disguised as another dude.
Yeah, right. Good segue.
No, and I remember, like, as a kid, I was blown away by this. And then one of my best customers and a good friend of mine, Ruben Torres, he was like the biggest collector of this, and he like totally schooled me on the whole thing. But yeah, the pack was amazing. Go ahead, go on to Mask, and then that kind of led to Masters of the Universe, and then Mask.
Okay,
and
boom.
Sectors, remember Sectors?
Of course.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So my whole thing was this. This is my little speculation.
Uh-oh.
Mask will pop off sooner or later. First appearance of Mask, mini comics. They're fucking super affordable right now on eBay. Super affordable.
Yeah.
And they press well too because it's that newsprint on the outside cover too. So
but they're fucking tiny. They're about this fucking.
they're tiny. Yeah, they're fucking tiny.
Yeah, you
but
can
they're still made of paper though.
Flat and then refold them up.
Right.
A real good seam across them.
This was this is it. This is my little spec thing for this week. A lot of my old spec from my principal defect. God, I miss those guys, man. You talking about the AI Tony Starks?
Hey, they are more than welcome to come on anytime, man. Between Sean and I don't know where
Shane Falco.
Yeah, I don't know where Coy's been hiding out, and but he needs to get camera ready and freaking get his ass on here.
But you see the toy for the AI Tony Stark?
Talking about the hologram, yeah, yes, sir.
Old school.
I bought that today, guys. I just bought that figure today.
Making me feel so bad about skipping that 9.8 for like $40.
I want to tear his head off, and I want to make James Rhodes from Secret Wars on. Because that is the yellow and red that I remember being James Rhodes as Iron Man.
Nice.
Especially in Secret Wars. Oh my God! And the minute when he loses the armor off his arm and he's got Reed Richards working on him, and have you read Secret Wars?
Long time ago.
And James Rhodes is like, yeah, Mr. Richards, I bet you never thought Iron Man was black under that armor, did you? Well, I did notice your voice changed a bit over the pack. And like Reed totally knows Tony switched, but James doesn't know that that Reed knows that Tony switched. So it just blew my mind as a kid that
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, Drunken Chat. We didn't reach that time of the show where we got to give shit away. We got to get to the Spec Matrix.
I know.
Are you ready?
You guys keep going. I gotta go do something.
Are you ready, Ultra?
Do you see it down there? It's been waiting for you to add it to screen, but it's cool. We've had a lit show, bro. It's been nuts.
It's been crazy. It's definitely.
But we are an hour and a half in.
We all
Finally found it. All right.
That's AI. That's AI Tony Stark.
That is AI Tony Stark. This is an FOC.
I thought that was fucking Iceman.
This one is on FOC this week. And once again, so I think for next month, is that when it comes out? Let's see, when does it come out? It comes out, motherfucker. Oh, it comes out in August. So it's got a while to go, but I'm probably going to be ordering quite a few of these to put in some of those boxes. So once again, thanks for the people who did buy some of those boxes. That was a freaking great help. I will be trying to push out some more. So if y'all want some more of those big, huge ass fucking boxes,
can I get mine?
Yeah, just pay for it, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, send me an invoice. Fuck.
Because I actually already have it packed. Hey.
You said just pay for shipping, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Don't fucking send me fucking invoice. I fucking pay you right now. Goddamn.
Let's see. And $200, $200. I did get a lot of great feedback on the little white box, because there's a little white box. It's the little medium flat rate box. That's one I got the most great feedback on, because it had a toy plus at least 2 card products in there. And people will apparently love that. So I'm going to be buying more toys to put more stuff in there, or whatever else.
Yeah. Get this nigga signed, please.
So yeah, send me. Make sure.
He sent it. Yo, he sent it. He good.
Is that the variant?
No, this is the toy.
No, is that?
I was wondering the same thing.
For what?
I just got it's the AI Tony Stark, but with red and yellow armor today.
No, this one has not come out yet. It's on FOC right now.
Oh, I do like that. That is nice.
So I mean, I have a picture of it in the box.
He said, "Email, get my man hooked up, Lucas." Before we go any further, no. Before we go any further,
send an email to Mel, because you guys are sending me emails and I haven't been getting them.
Ghost Lotus. Fuck. I'm too drunk, right? Email me at Drunken Chat Son. Do I still have this shit here?
Or send me a note to my Instagram at Dark Horse Fox 3.
Look. Send me email here right now, and I will send it over to Lucas.
Lucas, are we friends on Instagram?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because I gotta get my man Ghost Lotus here. No, it's not your bad. You good. We want to have you a part of our shit. No, it's not your bad, bro. It's probably our bad, because we fuck up a lot.
All right, so let's. I only got a few more, more news.
Let's get to that, and then we get into spec. Yeah. We get into I got to do the wheel first, Ultra, and then we do Spec Matrix.
Okay. I've been telling y'all about Star Trek. They've been hooked up with Viacom.
Nobody gives a fuck about Star Trek.
CBS for a while. That's not true, because since I've been telling y'all about this, that first appearance for Star Trek went from $30 to $200.
This shit right here.
So people, yeah. So no, not this shit. I'm talking about the 1967 or 69 Star Trek #1.
The Gold Key book.
Right. That one's going up in price. This one,
Shit.
What's his name? Michael Dorn, who played Worf, right? He put out this mysterious tweet with him, not necessarily him, but it looks like maybe some CG graphics, whatever, of him. So, and he says, "Hey, the call back into action," which means that most likely in some of the next Star Trek stuff that they're putting out, he will probably be up back there.
He had a reverse pussy on his forehead.
I think he's going to show up in Q.
You think he's going to be killed off?
No, I think he's going to show up in Q, the new series.
Okay. Right, yeah, so Star Trek The Next Generation, once again, was one of the most popular joints, right? So I love this character, along with, like, George LaForge, who has been freaking talking a lot lately. So, hey, this one is the one to have the Star Trek The Next Generation. These are cheap.
Yeah, I got one for you sharks out there. I got one for you, the sharks, the swimming sharks. One of my hottest specs that I buy anytime I find it, and I find it all the time. They made, I think, 2, maybe 3 of them. Star Trek X-Men. I get $50 a piece plus for every one of those I put on Amazon. And I find them all the time in dollar boxes.
Yeah. Can't deny it. It's just one of those properties that it has stuff going on all the time. It's just that people aren't pulling these up.
Yeah.
So once again, this is another property that I've been telling people about. DC Horror. DC fucking horror. So DC now is picking up that Conjuring stuff, right? And
really?
They are actually putting comics out together. And you know what? You know that if they're putting the comics together, that they're going to integrate it and they're going to make more of Conjuring movies, and they're just talking about a TV series and all this other stuff. So if this works out for them, you know that all that other horror stuff that they've been working on, I forget the name of the titles, is going to freaking work out for them. So keep an eye on that stuff. If you can get it for cheap, I know people got it for 50 cents in their Backmans. If it's a number one, why not pick it up?
Yep. You know, one that's under spec'd as well is Nightmare on Elm Street, the Marvel magazine.
Sure enough.
For sure.
Sure enough. And I will say this: there's an indie comic out there right now. It might, I forget whether it's by
They Promise You Darkness.
There's that one. Stray Dogs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Stray Dogs is a really great story. It's got that nice 101 Dalmatian freaking animation. It's great. It's primed.
I just met the one of the creators on Nearing Nirvana 2 or 3 hours ago. So we might want to get them on Drunken Chat. I don't know how they feel about Drunken Chat, but
he's a cool look. I saw him on another show, and he sounds really cool, and he sounds like your kind of people. You like him.
That's what's up.
Echo Lake Entertainment and Mad Cave Studios. You know, I love these guys. I love some of the content they're putting out. They just signed with Echo Lake Entertainment to try and push their TV and movie stuff forward. Particularly in some of the articles that have been put out, they said it was more like their YA stuff, which would be Good Game Well Played, Needle and Thread, Nightmare in Savannah, and World Class. But the biggest comic that they have going for them right now that has been most successful, Nottingham, which is a great story from the perspective of the sheriff of Nottingham. I love this. Once again, I hate Robin Hood stuff. I hate this fucking King Arthur bullshit. But guess what? The story actually, the way they did it was really freaking good. So if Echo Lake is going to push anything, this is the one to look for. The quick, don't mind the picture I have up, which is actually it's in a retail exclusive. I forget by who. But once again, it's a freaking great story. Pick it up, read it, freaking get familiar with it. And I'm not saying buy it, but
can I say something about the Mad Cave kids?
Go ahead, man.
So 2019 out at the Vegas Retailer Summit, right? There were only 2 publishers that really blew me away, aside from Todd McFarlane, who was the note guy, and he blew everybody away. But Mad Cave and Source Point Press were the 2 newest young guns. And I knew these guys, they had a motivation that you can just feel.
Yeah.
And they have paid off everything that I thought they had in them. And so does Source Point. But we're talking about these guys now. And you look at how many of those publishers in 2019 are nowhere now.
Yep.
You know, those up and coming 2018, 2019 publishers that everybody was talking about for a hot minute. These these kids are still around.
Mad Cave. I met Mad Cave on a humble.
Yeah.
I was in Florida. Went down to Florida a couple of years ago, and I went to there was like a little Florida con or whatever. Little ragtag hotel. Wasn't many people at the con. Met the guy from Mad Cave, and he was just promoting. He's like, look, our shit was on CBSI. But I ain't tell him who, you know what I'm saying? I'm affiliated. You know what I mean? Like, oh, what? What's CBSI? Oh, they know the hottest shit. It's gonna be hot. Like, well, okay. They were promoting that Angel book. What the fuck was the name of that book? Fuck. Anyway, I don't remember. But they know how to promote to the
right.
Yeah, they know what's going on. So I always respected them for that. And I bought a couple of books. I was like, all right. So they know what's up.
Right.
Battle Cats was definitely a beautiful series.
Oh yeah,
this was. So once again, with all the stuff that's going on between Penguin Random House, Lunar, Diamond, all the other stuff, there's a new kid on the block called Comic Distro. Right? They don't really have any comics or any type of thing that you would recognize yet, but they are trying to do something. Some of the books actually look pretty good. It's just they just need that one publisher to get ahead of them.
Comic books and their distribution, then they can really hit it out of the park.
Yep, they just need that one one publisher, and then I'll pay attention to them. But here we go. Just keep an eye on these guys. Now, Drunken Wall Street. Once again, I am not by any means a freaking, he's not
a broker.
You should listen. I'm not a broker.
He's not a licensed broker.
But I will tell you this. So WWE, they just had an earnings call this week.
And lost a lot of money.
Yeah. So a lot of companies lost a lot of money. It was because the Biden administration put out a whole bunch of stuff in regards to, hey, they're going to start taxing corporations more heavily. There's going to be a lot more investigations. And when they put that out, almost everybody, especially in the top 50, freaking went down. And there was quite a correction. And there's once again, I said that was going to happen, and there's probably going to be more happening in June. But we're going back to WWE. They put out, say, hey, they think they're in a great freaking spot. But the most interesting thing that they said was that they are planning on having an anime that's going to be put out on Crunchyroll.
What?
Yes. So once again, my kids are at that age that they're watching Funimation and they're looking at Crunchyroll. Right? So go back to your WWE comics. Take a look at that stuff. If it's cheap enough, don't freaking leave it on the freaking. Don't leave it in there. Don't leave it in the back bins. Those cards. Don't leave it.
Was it IDW that did that?
Boom.
The last Boom. That's right. Boom did it. Yeah.
Yep.
So many amazing covers on that.
Ultra.
Well, the artist who does those covers does very realistic looking artwork.
Yeah.
And that's Mel, I'm not doing it. There's 449 fucking artist credits.
Ultra.
Start with the action figure variants.
No, Ultra.
Exactly. That is good. But the action figures, I will look at the action figures as well. Because once my kids grow up, if that freaking anime hits off, plus WWE does plan on doing NFTs, they're doing some stuff with that. Plus, they lost a lot of revenue from the live events because they couldn't have as many as possible. But what was interesting is that they actually increased the revenue because the vault for a lot of their old videos, they were actually put that online. Put it out to Peacock and put it out to all the channels, and they actually made more money.
How did
they also just set up once? They set up the studio once, and then they had all the screens with it. Looks like fans in the audience when they're just fucking screens, and they've been using that over and fucking over. So you got to think, man. I'm looking at it this way: their operating income is up because their cost of teardown and rebuild at every single fucking venue was wiped. And that is a huge expense for that business.
They did WrestleMania at Tampa Bay live fans.
Yeah. Well, that was like one of the first shows back.
Yeah, but how
open? You know what I'm saying?
Pay-per-view go? That's what I want to know. What was the revenue? Was it up?
Probably.
Revenue was up.
Yeah,
but as far as an event,
live events was down. Live events was the only thing that was down, but the revenue for everything else was up.
So because they didn't have all the expenses that are normally associated with travel, tear down, setup, all that shit that goes into their operating budget year after year after year, and then all of a sudden you pump the brakes on all that stuff, and it's like, whoa, yeah, we're bleeding over here, but guess what? We haven't spent a fucking dime over here.
You know what? And
we're good.
And I'm not going to tell you too much about it, but I did my taxes for 2020, and hey, this is down, and you don't have any conventions, but you know what I didn't have? I made no money at conventions in 2020 except for C2E2, but I didn't spend anything going on this trip or that trip or this hotel or that hotel. Yep. Mm-hmm. My bankroll walking in. So I was surprised at what my revenue was in 2020.
Yeah, when your operating costs freaking go down, sometimes those surprise revenue goes up. So,
Dennis, quick question: did you ever do NYCC?
I've never set up there, but I went like 3 or 4 years in a row.
Okay.
Yep. Eric's here was talking about the Saudi deal. So yeah, they do have a Saudi deal. They plan on sprouting out to different international countries. I think they were talking about Mexico at some point and putting out more stuff out there. But yeah, so what I'm saying is that I guarantee you that at some point within the next 3 months, it's going to be a quick blip where this will go under 50. It's going to be a great freaking deal at that freaking price, especially when I know that within the last year, it was actually at $90 at one point.
And once the Asian market comes back online for them, too, because they're huge in Asia.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Kids don't give a fuck about wrestling.
They have WWE cards, too, right?
Yes, they do. Right. Exactly. So there's going to be some WWE Chrome cards that are going to be available in the pull box. So once those come online, just let me know if you need them. And I'll try guys get you guys some deals on that one. Next is, so I don't know what the hell this lady is thinking. Whoopi Goldberg. She wants to do a superhero movie centered on an older black woman. She saw all the hype and all the revenue from superheroes, but she wants to do a superhero movie without the superhero comic. What the fuck? And you know what? She has all the connections, right? She already has The View, right, which is basically her show, which she does whatever, right?
Who's requesting the sequel to Jumpin' Jack Flash?
Was that her thing?
That was her movie, yeah. Where she was.
That was actually a good movie in the '80s when I was a kid.
Yeah, because it had a lot of adult content in it that we really weren't supposed to be watching. Yeah, had Bobcat Goldthwait in it too.
Yeah. No, but my joke is a super wrinkly in time.
Oh man, no. You're right, Lucas. I don't know what the fuck this lady's thinking. She just needs to get on board with this Marvel train and shut the fuck up.
No. She needs to get on that Bitterroot train.
That's true. That's true.
Name one comic book movie that was a success that wasn't based on any form of source material. Hancock. Great movie.
Meteor Man.
Succeed. My Super Ex-Girlfriend did not succeed.
Meteor Man.
What was Jumper based on?
Was successful at that scale. I mean, I love Meteor Man too, but guess what? It at least had a comic book. Marvel
after the movie,
but it was an After Effect comic book.
No. It was somehow there's a whole synergy there.
Yeah, that's right.
Because New World Pictures, it was done by New World, and that's when Stan was working with New World and Marvel, and there was like a synergy. So that was all part of a big ball of wax that Robert Townsend was involved with. So that had a lot more strings in the comic book universe than any of that other stuff.
What was Jumper based on?
Is that the one with Hayden Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one where he ended up marrying the other girl.
I think it had an
movie.
indie comic book. It had like a graphic novel indie comic book it was based on. But
Brightburn.
Right.
Yeah, Brightburn. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of great comments in there of people bringing up movies that
This
were
is
not.
why I
really-
love. This is why I love the chat.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah.
Brightburn, that was based
Brightburn-
off of that was really a what if Superman was bad?
It's Superman
What if Superman was
ripoff.
bad?
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable, but hey, you didn't really understand that there was a comic book or it was a superhero movie until like later on, right?
Right.
It was just freaking Bruce Willis and Samuel Jackson just being the badasses that
It was M. Night Shyamalan pulling all of the strings to make sure nobody knew what his plot to his fucking movie until you went and saw his movie,
right.
including there was
Brightburn.
no internet and all that other stuff to fluff it. You know what I'm saying?
Brightburn should be fucking John Kent. I don't give a fuck. I said,
Yeah, but how much money did Brightburn make? Because I think if it made
a lot.
if it made that much, they'd have a sequel out by now.
They have a whole universe.
They did.
All right, well, we need to spin this wheel.
I forget the name of the movie, but there's a movie out.
A prequel.
I know they're making a prequel, but there's a movie about there's a Thor movie out there. I forget the name of the movie, but I talked about it before. There's a Thor movie out there where you don't know the dude is freaking Thor, and then later you find out, okay, he's kind of Thor, but you don't understand what. But this Thor, he will fuck you up. He don't give a fuck, and he just kills everybody. Like there's a part full of 300 people, and he just fucking kills them like that.
Listen,
I forget the name of the movie.
John, if DC was to do John Kent like I've been saying they should do, Warner Brothers wouldn't be in trouble. Period.
I agree.
Yeah.
But nobody at Warner Brothers has ever listened to anybody that has a brain in their head, so don't worry about it. They're never going to listen to you.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. So last piece of news is, and this one is for Brian, right? This is Netflix is going to produce a docuseries on the black NASCAR driver Bubba Wallace, right?
Is this dude black?
Yes, he is. He might be high yellow, but he's black. We claim him. We claim him.
We claim Bubba Wallace.
I haven't heard.
And we
that.
claim it Tiger Woods. We claim him Bubba Wallace.
I haven't heard that since Fear of a Black Hat.
and the reason why is that there is a Bubba Wallace freaking trading card out there. People don't realize that it's out there. It was when he used to freaking roll with Dollar General and all that other stuff. But got to keep an eye on this, and because I guarantee you, if this Netflix documentary does well, people are going to be looking for his stuff and his memorabilia, and this one is going to be the first one that pops.
More importantly, I've been saying for about 5 years, there's only one thing that can ever knock comic book movies off its mountain right now, and that's sports movies.
What?
Sports. Look at the Michael Jordan documentary from last year.
Space Jams.
Yeah, Space Jam's gonna fucking flop like a motherfucker. So,
sports has the potential to start pulling away some of that gravity that basically superhero movies have, sucked everybody into.
I'm sorry, I can't miss this opportunity. Space Jam is gonna flop like LeBron.
No, exactly. I agree with you on that.
Comes, man.
But think of Field of Dreams. Think of The Replacements. Think of every great sports movie. Rocky.
We haven't had sports in 2 years. It's no way it's knocking all over his fucking pedals.
And guess what? We haven't had sports in 2 years, so that way Hollywood doesn't have a competition with sports. Hollywood can make a sports movie.
Right.
There's only one sports movie needed, and it's Major League. I don't know why anybody even needs to watch anything fucking else.
No, we don't have soccer anymore.
I will try and roll this back, because you got to remember that there are some projects that are children based, right? Remember, anytime there's a kids movie out, parents, we got to take our kids out, or we got to freaking rent it out. So, other than Space Jams, you got Mighty Ducks. They're thinking about a project.
They're not doing shit. It's on Disney Plus.
And I've heard rumors about Bud, remember the fucking dog movie.
No, fuck that. Fuck him.
Air Bud. There you go.
No.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
That's taking over. That's taking over.
You can pan all you want, but those movies do well. And once that trend happens, Space Jams did well, which will do well. Mighty Ducks did well. Okay, now we got to start pumping all this, and they're going to freaking run rampant on that shit.
They're not taking over fucking
There's gonna be one-
comic movies. No fucking way.
There's going to be one week where a comic book movie, probably not Marvel, but a comic book movie comes out that's actually good, and it's totally torpedoed by some sports movie that kicked its ass in the box office.
Not while we're living.
Yeah, I'm telling
Space Jam 4 with Zion or something. Not this generation, bro.
It has one chance. There's one chance that a sports movie could beat a superhero movie, and that's all it takes.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance, but right now the trend is going towards kaiju stuff, right? Remember, kaiju, and then the front target is going to be vampires are going to make its comeback. Zombies are dead for right now until Walking Dead and all those other guys can get their shit together. But I can already see the trend that's happening. But I'm so glad that you brought that up, Dennis, because sports, especially kids sports oriented movies, is going to have to make its comeback at some point. Is it going to start with Space Jam? So that's all I got.
Space Jam's going to fucking no.
Yes, Mel, because you are a fucking adult. You're going to fucking hate it, and I'm going to fucking hate it, spending the money as well. But it's going to do well.
Hey, listen, and kaiju movies, perfect time for fucking Mr. Daniels to get back on his fucking enormous trip. I've been saying this for fucking 2 months now. Nobody paid attention to Mel until it's time to still Mel shit he talked about 4 years ago. And that's fucking very relevant right now.
Oh, real quick.
Somebody needs to stop watching all the old UD episodes and stealing all that old stuff.
No, they should watch those UD episodes.
They are, Mel, but they don't give you guys props. They just recycle it and call it their own. You know what I mean?
Has anybody seen Mortal Kombat yet?
No, I'm gonna watch it when I fucking get the fuck off.
Somebody in the comments said they did, and they said it sucked ass.
I watched it right after Falcon and Winter Soldier this morning.
How do they fuck this
How
shit
was it?
every fucking time, man? God.
Well, here's the thing. They try and they make a couple of cheesy plot connections, but you have to overlook that fucking cheesiness of them trying to make a video game about beating somebody bludgeoningly to death into a story. And then they try to make it a little bit cooler than the last time, but still make it as cool as last time, which they kind of did. But then they go and like, oh, well, we're going to create a whole new character. Because look, is the dude who all I saw in that movie was Shatterstar. I was like, oh shit, it's Shatterstar, and he lasts a hell of a lot longer than he did in Deadpool 2.
Who are you talking
so that's
about?
amazing. What are you talking about? What do you mean? The main character is fucking Shatterstar from Deadpool 2. So yeah, the whole time I'm watching that movie, I'm like, oh shit, this guy's gonna die.
Okay,
he was Shatterstar.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. The main character was whack. I don't know why. I don't know where they were going with that character, but his power was lame.
His nightsticks with his gold
police nightsticks.
Well, nightsticks with blades.
What was his name? Night Star, Night Shadow, Night. Well, he was a character from the game.
I don't know, but if he is a character from the game, he's from the game. No. Nightwolf wasn't there. But look, just watch it. If you play the old fucking video games, it's a good watch. But don't hold them accountable to having end game level storytelling. I mean, come on, they're not gonna make 22 movies and have it all interwoven. And you know what? The only way that they would be able to pull me into this shit is if that one Mortal Kombat game where you started off as Shujinko as a kid and you played him all through his life.
What was a better movie, the original Street Fighter or the original Mortal Kombat?
Mortal Kombat, the original Mortal Kombat, all day.
I didn't say soundtrack.
Yeah, better movie for sure. The first Mortal Kombat. Yeah,
man, I just watched Street Fighter like 6 months ago, and damn it, I love that movie.
Well, yeah, because
Raul Julia is the
Raul
best.
Julia, and the most cocained out. What's his name? Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah, he was banging Kylie Minogue like every day, like on set, all cooked out. So yeah, whatever. Can't fault him for living his best life.
Street Fighter with Mortal Kombat soundtrack. I that's the best.
Yeah.
Ryu and Kien in the original Street Fighter movie were terrible. And if they're terrible, then the whole movie's terrible. And
All right. Well,
Yeah,
first off, wait a second here. My original Street Fighter movie is an anime.
Okay. That I love that movie actually. I mean the live action Street Fighter movies.
Chun-Li in the animated movie, man. Not only does she get her ass kicked really extremely brutally,
well, Vega raped.
Yeah,
she gets raped,
and then she comes back, and I'm saying that's some good stuff right there. But that was also like a woven together movie from the series, if I'm not mistaken. Like they had a Street Fighter series, right?
Series as in TV show.
Yeah, like an animated, manga with multiple episodes.
They did.
And the movie was basically all of those combined into a shorter story.
Hey, we got the wheel. We got fucking shit. It's fucking 2:30.
You know what time it is?
It's the wheel of Spec Matrix, or we can do Spec Matrix to the wheel.
We'll then Spec Matrix, and then we'll let these guys down easy after I break their hearts.
Let's do this motherfucker quick.
Okay.
So first thing I'm giving away, the book's dead as shit in that whole where is that? Did he leave?
He's taking a piss break or a smoke break.
So we got $20 book for now.
It's got that Fortnite code. That's all that matters. It's got the code inside of it.
It's got the code. You know what I'm saying? Top 10. McClain's in the building. What up? Where you been, McClain? Smoking all the weed. Get all the hoes.
Yeah.
But we give this way. It's a nice bag of board. And all the books that I gotta talk about damn Ultra.
Why, man?
No, because I'm gonna stay extended amount of time, so we got some time. The Bitter Root art contest. I seen some shit. You thought the first one was good? Man. Y'all motherfuckers. But y'all gotta stop drawing the girl. Draw something else. Why do you motherfuckers just draw the girl?
Cause, man, you know why.
Titties.
Yeah,
Yo, stop drawing the girl. Draw something else. But the talent that's in this contest, this ain't no fucking walk in the park, man. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all stepping up like y'all say y'all was. It's crazy. But
better break out them Copic markers, right?
Son, somebody brought up some shit, dude. I see some shit like, and dude told me he was gonna step it up. He was like, "Yo, I'm not impressed by the other motherfuckers. See my shit." I like, I JC do it in the video. Exactly what he did. So yo, we giving this away. 0 point. Fortnite. DC. Lucas. Spin that motherfucking wheel.
Woo!
Ultra. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the past, well, in the original movie or in the games, or I don't know, in Mortal Kombat history, the mark, the little dragon mark, didn't give people their power.
Correct.
Okay.
Brandon Price.
Congratulations, Brandon Price.
Shoot me your fucking email address at it's Drunken Chat Son at gmail.com, and I'll be more than happy to see you this book. I am not chasing you, so hit me up in the email, please. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
Now,
So
we got one more.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, we can
What you gotta do?
What?
One more.
What's this one more shit?
We got one of the comics, baby.
Oh boy! Shout out to Wanna Comics.
How number 4? You know
What?
You know what's crazy? This shit looks way better in person than on the screen.
Mine have not arrived yet. So.
Is my name on the wheel?
Put the motherfucking name on it. He deserves it because he brought Chuck Brown last week. Throw my man name on the wheel right quick. And I appreciate you again, Comics Man, for bringing through Chuck Brown from Bitter Root. Hey,
It's the least I can do.
the wheel was better with 20 people were watching. We always had more than 20 people watching, bro. Stop it. Number 4. John Gallagher. Are we ready? I got that set. So if I win, yeah, you win. Yeah. Okay.
Motherfucking wheel.
Lucas, spin a motherfucking wheel. Dude, what a sound. What is this fucking up?
Oh, Franco's, I'm sorry, bro. Look at that. No fucking way. Hood Rat, Team Nerd Herd. This guy.
He always wins.
Dude, he's a fucking winner. Like, dude, not only does he always run into like old ladies at garage sales that like donate fucking books to him, basically.
Motherfucker's got a winning aura, son.
He does, man. You know, I some people like that are a soul that probably lived a tough life last time and are
he's the same motherfucker that won the fucking hero trade.
I know. That's why. I know this, man. Oh, shout out to Nerd Herd. You guys over there are doing some good stuff too. Oh, wow.
In the building. But you know what? It's time for something to win something else. It is time. What are we doing? Yeah. It is time for the Spec Matrix. And if you're not winning in life and have a good job, you're not going to be able to afford it. Maybe some.
This one is going to hurt, but I have not brought out the Spec Matrix that would be for the people who have 6 figures or more to play with, because that one's not fair. That one's a little bit more of like, hey, if I ever win the lottery, these are the books that I go after kind of Spec Matrix. But maybe one day I'll get to those. So are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let go.
Right. Boom! There it is. Everybody, I want to thank you all in the live chat for tuning into these things live in the middle of the fucking night, because I know we are some savages over here.
We let it, the motherfucker.
Yeah, late night YouTube allows us to span both the East Coast and sometimes, if we stay up late enough, sometimes all the way into the UK. So who knows? If you're in another country and you're watching us, make sure to leave us a comment below. Let us know what's up. And, thank you again for participating in this wonderful little thing that we do here, Drunken Chat. And I also want to thank you guys for coming and supporting me on my own channel. And I want to say, I don't know who you are, but it was at 493 yesterday and you unsubbed, and I'm down to 492. So
who unsubbed?
Somebody who's a hater, somebody who likes to sub up just to follow me for a video or two and then unsubs. But it's fine.
They say rumor has that you be a dickhead to a lot of people.
I've never been an asshole to anybody who didn't have it coming. That's just a fact of life. That's just how I've always been, Mel. But here's the thing. 8 subscribers away. And at 500 subscribers, I'm going to drop an IG post that is going to show what the Ultra Box contains thus far that's in my actual possession. So this means that I know I've got a lot of friends who are like, hey, man, can I donate something to your box? Like, yeah, sure, it's fine. It's all good and dandy. But until that stuff is actually in my possession to put into this box, I'm not going to count it. So
Dennis Barnes is going to see some crazy shit.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking for submissions. So
no, I wasn't asking, but I've had people like go, hey man, can I send you something for it? I'm like,
I'll send you a shit your pants box.
Oh man. If we hit 500 tonight, is that what you said?
If we hit 500 tonight, I will throw a box your way of my personal shit your pants collection.
And I'm telling you, the shit your pants box.
Well, it's going to benefit me. Nobody wants to subscribe to me to benefit me. They want to benefit themselves.
No, but they
So
don't.
you gotta give it away.
I'll take some shit from that box and give it away. So don't think that just because Dennis wants to hook me up doesn't mean I'm not going to hook you up.
No, that's what I'm saying. You won in there.
Sweet. All right. Well, we're at 492. We'll see where you guys end up because I'm about to drop a spec matrix that's really going to hurt some people's feelings. So. All right, so you guys ready? Because I know I am. All right, let me.
Dude, I'm telling you, the Sharks are going to be so freaking spinning in circles on this one.
You know, it gets really fucking hard to impress these guys week after week, and I really do put serious thought and effort. Like, I look at what other people are putting out for content and I'm like, oh shit, I can't touch that now. There's a lot of stuff that gets put on the back burner because people are touching content that I want to touch.
We spoiled them.
I'm telling you, Carter and Jessup are going to tear all of Ohio apart for this list.
Probably.
Listen, but it's the way we're going to change. No. I ain't gonna say nothing. You do your thing.
All right.
Let me tell you, upcoming shit.
I was thinking about doing a spec matrix every time I hit a subscriber goal, and really like just putting the brakes on it because I know these sharks are hungry and stuff. So
you
I don't know, man. But I'm a look, man.
Hashtag starve the sharks.
I'm a giver though. You know, I've been chumming the waters out here on this boat at the same time. You know, trying to raise these sea waters to flood levels.
Starve the sharks to 500.
All right, y'all. So let's get into this. You guys are watching an official Ultra Maximus Raw Report Variant Edition exclusively here on Drunken Chat. I don't do this everywhere, but you guys know where I'm at. And again, if you aren't subbed up and you don't, it just means you don't like Rogue. And if you don't like this Rogue and want to take this Rogue home, you're probably an idiot because that was just the first book that I put into the Ultra box. There's a bunch of other books in there, including slabs. So don't think that I haven't been stocking this box and waiting for you guys to hit that magic 500 number so I could share this shit with you. But you know, we're almost there. So I love you and I appreciate you guys all and all your love. And remember, Dennis said no goods until we get it. But you also want to follow me over on IG. You want to follow me on Facebook. You want to follow me on Twitter. And of course, if you were following me on Twitter, you might have caught something I dropped right before Falcon and Winter Soldier went on because, of course, I was trying to occupy myself to stay awake. And this spec matrix is brought to you in part by the mind of Ultra Maximus because I found something. So you guys heard about Russell Crowe, and he's gonna be playing Zeus, and he's come out and said it, right? Like it's not just like an accidental drop, like, oh, I may be playing this guy, or like, you know, fucking around somehow, but like it's been confirmed. Like he said, I'm gonna play Zeus. So that drove me into the spec matrix. I'm like, all right, I got to find something. So there are actually a silver. There's Zeus. Hey Zeus. So the Zeus that we see in the Marvel universe for Silver Age appearance is an Amazing Adult Fantasy number 13, and of course I left the adult part off because this is indeed the same Amazing Fantasy run 2 issues before Spider-Man's debut. So there was a lot of really interesting sci-fi stories and shit like that were going on in here, and Gods of Olympus. But first cover is right here on Thor 129. But the first appearance of Zeus, actually written by Stan Lee, Venus number 5, 1949. So this is a Golden Age book. So because of the split in Golden Age and Silver Age, right? If it works for Captain America, and there's only a few Marvel characters that really works for, like Namor, Captain America, I think, are the only two, and Human Torch basically have a Golden Age and a Silver Age version or an appearance quantified by the community. It's real heavy in DC. I get that. because a lot of the DC Golden Age books are just so uncommon that people are like, okay, this is their first silver because it's a little bit more common. But Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and as we were talking about him earlier, being part of the Mount Rushmore, they took a lot from mythology, and a lot of the stories that I love from mythology and like the characters that I love from mythology. It's kind of cool seeing that these guys were actually into a lot of the science and stuff like that, and probably a lot of the archaeology and stuff that I know McClay's into some of the same stuff too. So it's really cool to see the traces of all the stuff that we see throughout all those other cultures in here. But you guys, this is where it's going to get wild. And like I said, if you follow me on Twitter, you would have seen me post this last night. I talked about these 3 books: Golden Age, Silver Age, first cover. And in spite of all those other things, it led me down another rabbit hole. So this is where the Spec Matrix is going to officially start, guys. Because those 3, that was just the here you go. So the first book on the Spec Matrix is Amazing Fantasy 13. However, this book did not come out way back in 1960 something. I'll give the chat a second to take a wild guess at what year this book came out. And where am I a product of? What's my favorite generation of comics? What do I have 2 vehicles from that decade of? It's the 1990s. This right here happens to be, again, so with the Russell Crowe Silver Age, Zeus appearance thing, this book being a reprint from the 90s is probably going to be a grab that I want my Drunken Sharks. See, Franco's is on par.
Always on point.
So JCPenney, everybody, and I want you guys to know that this is an insane time of comic collecting. A lot of these books that JCPenney put into these collectors packs were available it was only available through their catalog. Like, so you could order this out of their catalog and you get some Marvel comics. Now, they also had DC stuff, but those were just newsstand and directs mixed in. They're basically collectors packs, but they were sealed too. But the Marvel ones actually got new printings. All right. So in 1994, they dropped this class, and I'm calling this the class of 94. Their vintage pack that they dropped had that Amazing Fantasy 13 inside of it. It also has this Amazing Spider-Man Special number 5. Like, so as I'm going through all these books here, everybody in the chat is going to recognize some of the key books from some of these runs that have this JCPenney reprint. So it's going to be pretty cool. But the first section,
hey,
what's up?
Ultra, can I give you a little extra thing here?
Yeah, what's up?
Thing down.
Yeah.
I was at a meeting with Playmates back in the mid 90s, and I got some information from them. They would have to make between 1,200 and 3,000 of anything that they supplied JCPenney's with. So the reason I said this was the Star Trek did a 4-pack, and they included a pack in of these rare figures. And they actually told me that they made 1,200 of them, and that was what JCPenney's minimum was, and their maximum was 3,000 at that time, and that was around 97-ish, 96 or 97-ish. So that might give you a little bit of perspective on what vendors had to do to get into a JCPenney's catalog.
But then a lot of vendors even touch it, so this was more for the collector.
This was totally for the person, the shop at home mom.
Yeah.
Who's looking at Christmas presents, birthday presents, Dude, these are the catalogs where I saw some of the illest Transformers that I was never able to get as a kid. This is the same catalog where the USS Flag was sold. So think about that for a second. So all these are nuts. And yes, Amazing Spider-Man Special number 5, there's a lot going on in that book as far as I remember. Some of these older ones I don't really know story-wise, but they were all reprints of important books like Avengers 88. All right, and then Origin of Captain America and Captain America 109. Now, all these older ones, they're really hard to tell that they're a reprint. They just look like a high-grade older one, so you better be careful buying some of these older books and making sure that you don't have a fucking JCPenney reprint instead of a high-grade other one. But these present really, really well, and there's a lot of collectors who like these because they were so new and they were in such good shape. And then look at some of these books right here, right? Fantastic Four 66 and 67, like first him, aka Adam Warlock, depending on which one you wanted to go for. Incredible Hulk 140, and then this one I really, really like. Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos number 13. And then we get into some really cool ones like this, Submariner number 8. King Size Thor Special number 2. Tomb of Dracula number 25. Uncanny X-Men 28, First Banshee. And then Uncanny X-Men 62 and Uncanny X-Men 63. And then there's this other one here that I had no clue what it even is, but it's a Human Torch book. So Young Men number 25. So these are, again, all like big time, I guess, like silver-ish books, with maybe this one being a golden age book. But this was the 1994 pack, which was what they called the vintage pack. All right. But that's not even the good stuff. And I have to mix this up on you guys because I had to show the old stuff before we got to this stuff. So that, again, was the class of 94. There's 2 other classes, everybody. So we got the class of 92 right here. Class of 92 offering some very different type of books. So these are indeed where I can tell you guys how to look for these. So I want everybody to first pay attention at the UPC box where the price code is. Normally, there's a little tiny logo, like it looked kind of like an ellipsoid kind of. Yeah, JCPenney catalog was a drug dealer. So normally there's like that globe-shaped ellipsoid symbol that would be underneath the month, and that's like one of the first ways you can spot this book. The second way you can spot all the remainder of these is they're going to have a different UPC symbol on the box. All right. And if they don't have a UPC symbol on the box, I'll discuss some of those because there's some other books that don't actually have a UPC. But we'll talk about what those are here in just a second. But Captain America 384, I believe that's Ron Lim art on there too. And then here's an older Daredevil, 267, John Romita Jr. art.
That cover's fire.
And then, of course, 273. So there's key Daredevil. All these are key books for the time, I guess you can say. This one, I got to admit, I bought one tonight. I couldn't pass up the Dark Hawk, man. Especially with the first appearance of Portal. You just hit 500 for me? Oh, wait, well, let me refresh over here. My dude just made like 5 accounts. 500.
You got the 5?
Got the 500, buddy.
Oh,
shit. Congratulations, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, I'm printing screen. Hang on. Gotta screenshot that shit, son. Thank you guys for getting me to 500. That's awesome. Thank you for letting me do it on Drunken Chat too.
Oh,
all right.
I want to hear more about the JCPenney bullshit.
All right, I'm getting back to it. I'm saving. I should say
it's not bullshit. I mean, I say bullshit because I don't want to spend money, but I see a couple of covers I'm gonna have to get.
Right, and look, I want all my sharks to try bin diving before they go checking eBay prices, because if you look at eBay, some of these books ain't cheap, because the best thing is that a lot of them are super rare. Like there's a book that I bought tonight that I went and looked at the CGC census. There was like 2 9.8s, a 9.6, 2 9.4s, and an 8.0, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll buy a 9.4. You know what I mean? Like it even though it's not a 9.8, and look, if you're a 9.8 snob, good luck, because these books are going to hurt worse than a modern day variant printed at Marvel with an all black front and back cover. So just good luck to you out there, because a lot of these books were in those collector boxes and they got read. The worst thing ever, right? I like this one too, just because Cosmic and a little bit of Fantastic Four, but Fantastic Four 351. So again, you're looking for the Amazing Spider-Man 30th anniversary logo at the bottom, and we haven't seen one with the alternate logo yet, but I'll discuss that one once one pops up. Fantastic Four 355 thing getting wrecked. And shout out to my App Invasion homies, the Wreckers, Transformers gamers extraordinaire. And then let's see here, Iron Man 258. So we got an Armor Wars book, Armor Wars 2 at least. And I think Armor Wars 2 was probably the better Armor Wars in my opinion. Just saying. So okay, now we got some juice. So when you guys are looking through your Marvel Milestone editions, you will find that these Marvel Milestone editions from JCPenney have a little bit of a different silver color, and they actually have newsprint pages instead of the high gloss. So it's extremely hard to differentiate these things because there is no barcode on the outside of them. The cover price is the same. It looks just like a Marvel Milestone edition, except why is it colored all funny? Well, if you have two of them next to each other, you'll be able to tell simply, but also again by opening it up and looking at the page quality and just seeing what the pages are actually made of. This is apparently when wearing a thong everywhere you walked with some thigh highs was acceptable, and I can see what Scott Summers sees in Emma Frost. I'm just saying. But here's a book that I'm looking for, but there's already people who are on and hip to this one. It's a White Queen book, so that's why I want it. I got my reasons. But this one, man, can you imagine if this was a different Silver Surfer book, like a Surfer book a couple of issues later that has Thanos with it?
Yeah, with the junk.
Yeah, with the Infinity Gauntlet. I mean, if that had happened on a JCPenney reprint, that book would be bonkers, right?
Yeah.
So for Silver Surfer collectors, you guys can tell me if anything happened in 32 and 33 that we should be knowing about. Because if we do, you're probably going to want those books. Oh, wait, did that one have it? No. And the one before it also had the regular logo. Okay. All right, so next one up is Sleepwalker number 8 with an appearance of Deathlock. And then Sleepwalker number 9, Lullaby. What a villain name, right?
Lullaby.
And then with Spectacular Spider-Man number 145. And then Spectacular Spider-Man 156. Web of Spider-Man number 81. Bloodshed. Another 90s derivative characters. These are all awesome, aren't they? Spider-Man, I swear to God, Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery got real interesting in the 90s, man, when they tried to get more and more elaborate with their costumes and their origin stuff like that. But every one of them is great comically. Now, I gotta put out a request to Mr. Barger. If you see this next one, please pull me a nice copy, because it's got to go in my Redhead file. And if you don't know about my Redhead file, it's the only time I'm allowed to check for other ladies is in comic books, because, of course, I'm a happily married man. So Comics Man likes to tag me in funny things that's going to get me divorced and or killed. And this next one is definitely hitting for me on a couple of these buttons here. And you know what? I now remember I like this cover because I also had a subscription to this comic as a kid.
Wonder Man
number 2. So it's, again, the way you can tell is that 30th anniversary Spider-Man box in the bottom there. That's what I'm looking for. So if Mr. Barger can't find it, if anybody in the chat can find one for me and wants to send it to me, hit me up. All right, I appreciate you guys. Especially you guys who just find everything out there. Some of you guys get lucky. So this one's pretty cool because remember, this is the reprint of that Kitty Pryde Christmas story with the monster that comes down the chimney. And there's actually also, believe it or not, there's actually also a Mark Jeweler variant, I believe, of this one, because it's issue number 47. So while you guys are out there bin diving, if you find this one for me, I'm looking for it too. Oh, here's the one that's going to break your hearts, everybody. This one's going to hurt, okay? because this one is always sold for more than the first printing. I've tracked this book for years and years and years. When this book was in, there are 9.8s of this book out there. So I've seen 9.8s. When the A cover was selling for $75 in CGC 9.8, the second print was selling for $300.
Oh, wow.
So, I've seen 9.4s, as low as 170, and they don't last more than a couple of days. Again, I know that we who've grown up in this modern generation of collecting comics are 9.8 everything, right? I get that, but there's a lot of books out there that you're gonna start seeing a lot of people buying 9.6s and 9.4s of. In fact, I bought a Grail and a 9.4 with off-white to white pages because it's a fucking Grail. Like, seriously, like, I knew the chances of me finding another copy graded this high are going out the door day by day, especially with how crazy the market is. So I definitely nabbed one as soon as I possibly could. This Uncanny X-Men 268 is also one of the most iconic Jin Lee covers out there. I mean, let's just be honest. Captain America, Wolverine, and Black Widow. We've all talked about how if they were to retcon and bring back Chris Evans and ScarJo for anything else in the future, live action MCU, this is it. This right here would give fanboys and girls from our generation everything we've ever wanted, especially Jim Lee fans, and then everybody in the new generation would be like, wow, that's like the most amazing team up ever. They brought back like all these guys who were in the movies like years and years ago. I know I would personally want to see this. So Marvel, you can send my check to my address. You should already have it. I subscribed to you many years ago, but if you don't have Ultra's address, then you can get at me through the same methods everybody else can. All right. We're not done yet, everybody. I'm still breaking hearts, and I'm going to be, people are probably going to be punching screens and doing all sorts of other crazy things because some of these next ones are really, really, really tough. All right. So if you guys have heard me talk about my comic book collecting past, and actually I reconnected with this friend through social media, and he's like a long lost friend of mine. So like when I was growing up, I moved to a new town, and these guys showed me where the comic book shop was. I was like, sweet, there's a comic shop, and it's only like 45 minutes walking from my house because of where I live. But it's cool. I'll walk it. I'll ride my bike like 30 minutes to a comic shop. I grew up outside of New York City.
30 minutes.
Yeah, dude, I used to walk 30 minutes in one to one store and then walk an hour one way to another. So like, man, that's nothing for me. I was willing to go like far away. But I had been given a copy of Avengers number 4 that was beat to shit. It didn't matter. It was Avengers number 4. But one of my comic book friends, he's like, dude, I will trade you and you want collection for that. Like, bro, if you trade me anything, you're going to have to show me what you got. And this dude came with stacks of Ghost Rider, Uncanny X-Men, you name it. Just like, and if it was from the 90s, it was in there. I still actually have some of the books in my personal collection. But like, basically I was looking at all these gaps, for all these books that I didn't have. And I was like, dude, you realize you're going to give me like 100 books here for this Avengers number 4. He's like, yeah, I know. Well, I gave him that Avengers 4, and I don't know who got the better end of that deal because I took a bunch of fucking 90s Ghost Riders that I eventually sold on eBay for not a lot of money. But Avengers number 4, first Silver Age Cap, like I was talking about earlier, Silver Age reprints. So that one should actually have a Spec Matrix logo on it because it's probably a good pickup. If this ever goes down, it's probably going to be with Bucky as Cap and Frank Castle in the MCU, and that would be wicked because I would like to see that.
Yo, that Daredevil, Punisher shooting Daredevil book, that's just like an $8 book now?
Yeah, man. Another Captain America. And look, so Diamondback, it was at one time Captain America's little redheaded little female friend there.
Little John.
Excalibur number 27. Oh, and here we have it. So I think this is one of the first examples of this one. So on some of these books, you guys see the logo at the bottom. They don't have the top where it says 30th anniversary 1960 to 1992 because these were 1993. It was no longer the 30th anniversary. It was the Amazing Spider-Man. So all they did was they just removed the fucking top portion of that shit. So, like, and these were available in the JCPenney 1993 catalog. Some of them probably got printed a little bit before, but then they started mixing it up, and this is where they started mixing the older books with some of the newer books. Fantastic Four number 51, Ghost Rider number 10.
Simple but great Ghost Rider cover.
Yeah. Uncanny X-Men number 245 from Liefeld fans.
Definitely remember that.
This one, Uncanny X-Men.
I know I have that one.
Yeah, that's for these X-Men ones. I have the.
Did they make this one in a Charleston Chew as well?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I do believe so. I remember those Charleston Chew ads, and I do remember them, having some kind of relations there. But it's got Uncanny X-Men 60 and 61, which is really cool if you think about it, because these are the first appearances of Soren, and I know he's not really.
Is he a dinosaur? Because I have a problem with that.
He's a dinosaur on top of that, Mel.
Huh?
Yeah, he's a mutant dinosaur. He absorbs life force, and so he was all cured up, and Rob Liefeld decided to take him and make him absorb the life force of his girlfriend, turn back into Sauron, and that was like one of those moments. I'm like, oh my god, they just killed that girl. Like in comic books, is like a young impressionable 11-year-old me, like looking at that shit like.
You know, I gotta say, fuck this book.
I know what you gotta say. You know why? He ain't got no feathers.
He ain't got no feathers.
If he had feathers, he'd be real life accurate. I do agree with you on that, Mel. And for people in the chat who don't understand that, basically, Dino Nuggets and chicken nuggets are the same thing. I just blew your mind. And you know what? It blew my kid's mind when I told him that too. I was like, "Yeah, dinosaurs are chickens." He's like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're eating dino nuggets. It's just chicken nuggets."
Yeah, that's too heavy to label 3-year-old, bro.
He's 4. He's a
How
man
is he
now.
4? How is he 4 already?
He's 4 already, man.
That's fucking crazy.
He's 4 going on 20. He's fucking trying to borrow my car, bringing girls around the house and shit. It's crazy.
I remember the day he was born. That's so fucking.
Yeah, man.
Continue, please.
Well, I didn't put the issue number on this one. Mighty Thor 312. And it's funny how you mentioned that Daredevil book with Punisher because, Frank Miller. And correct me if I'm wrong here, McClay. Isn't this the first Frank Miller?
No, the first Frank Miller Daredevil is 27.
Well, no, I'm talking about
28,
this
right?
But this is the Spectacular Spider-Man that he wrote, though.
Well, the first Frank Miller Daredevil is Spectacular Spider-Man 27 or 28, and there is a JCPenney variant for it.
It's this one right here, 26. You know why?
No, it's not 26.
It's 27 then, the one with Daredevil.
That's it right there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
So I knew that was the segue in there. Thank you for connecting the dots here. So yeah, a reprint of Frank Miller work, and everybody loves Frank Miller back in this time frame. Like I remember, like these Frank Miller books, The Dark Knight Returns, all the shit was like all these like because I paid attention. Like I had huge ears on like my ears are the same size they were now when I was a kid. So like my head was tiny, but my ears were fucking huge, and I'd hear everything going on in the comic shop, and I'd hear these dudes at the comic shop talking about all these Frank Miller is the greatest, and all the Frank Miller, that's a Frank Miller book, and like they take it like in a collection and put it up on the wall with a high price. I'm like, why is that book so expensive? Oh, that's a Frank Miller.
Frank Miller.
Yeah,
they used to do with Delato and.
Delato and all them came later, but you know what I mean.
Right. So pause on that. So. Just like those old dudes were talking about the Frank Miller and all, a lot of the shit that you motherfuckers are talking about right now.
Yep.
You guys are going to walk into the comic book and there's going to be a bunch of young bucks behind the freaking counter.
Yep.
And they're going to look at
piece
you.
From logo.
Yeah, they're going to look at y'all like y'all crazy.
That's a Rose Besh.
Well, right here is another new Warriors book for you. So for all my Wednesday Warriors and Drunken Sharks out there, there's another Warriors book for you. And then right here, Namor the Submariner, number 8. And you know what's crazy is, again, that some of these books sell. Like I'll be honest, I bought a raw copy for $25 of that fucking Dark Hawk tonight because I couldn't find one. I'm like, man, ain't nobody got this book nowhere. All right, I guess I'll buy this one for $25. Like, are we at that point now where the nostalgia is worth $20-$25 to us? Like, has inflation hit so much that it's not really the value of the books that's gone up? It's just our stupidness and ability to spend inflated dollars. Ability to spend. We're inflating the price of things. It's not that they're going up in value, and then we're going to deflate the dollar. So here's another one. That's an amazing book. Obviously, Amazing Spider-Man number 1 should be on your radar. So, but again, these Marvel Milestones are books that people will overlook. They'll look it up in like their Overstreet price guide and put it on the wall for a cheap bit. So, again, you're going to look for the different color gray, and you're looking for the newsprint pages on the interior. All right, everybody. This next one is a heater. You know why? Because I've already shown you. Remember how we were talking about the Mount Rushmore earlier? We've seen it. We've seen a Jim Lee. We've seen a Rob Liefeld. Who's missing?
McFarlane. So
what's really funny about this cover? It's not credited to him, although it is his work. This is where I'm about to blow your mind. So if you check the credits on this issue, it's not him. It's somebody else, but we all know.
I think I know where you go with this.
It's a Todd Father cover. Absolutely got to be a Todd Father cover. Hulk 333.
I know that he did Hulk 331, and then he skipped a couple issues and then started again, right?
Well, look at that cover real quick. Look at that cover real quick and tell me that he didn't go after this guy, and I guess the cover art was so bad that he went over and inked it all out and then drew the face and didn't get credit for it.
Stole style.
Well, no. He fixed it. Basically, he was given a cover that was so bad that they were like, "Fix it, Todd." Todd was like, "All right, but you put me on covers next month."
But you see a lot of early Todd McFarlane work. It doesn't look like none of his shit that he's doing that.
Right, and again, it's credited to somebody else, but in other places, Todd claims to have done this one.
My whole shit how the fuck you change your whole style up?
Well, it's not that he changed his whole style up; is that he got faster, and as he got faster, he got more detailed, and as he got more detailed,
editors didn't understand his style, so they would tell him to do it somebody else's way.
Stop drawing those spaghetti fucking webs. I remember that from one of his interviews, but I'm pretty sure I remember seeing an interview somewhere where either he redrew this cover and had to draw it quick, but the other guy got credit for it somehow because the other guy did did the backgrounds or some shit on it, and it was a messed up drawing, or it wasn't up to the editorial standards, and they fixed it. So this one's a really good one. Now, some other people would argue that the Mount Rushmore of comic book dumb for us is probably all the founders of Image Comics. So we don't want to leave some of these guys out because some of these guys are really, really good in their own right. And there is another book, and I probably should have put the other book before this one, but I got one.
I had this. Eric Larson.
Yep. So Eric Larson, Amazing Spider-Man 330, has a second printing, which is a JCPenney book. You again can take a look at the bottom UPC symbol, and it will blow your mind to know that this one has not very many in the census, and I bought the 9.4. So
I actually love Eric Larson. Eric Larson's style was so sick. That was my Spider-Man drawing growing up.
Me too. I got in at 3. I got into the issue with Boomerang on the cover, and it was right after Cletus was introduced. Yeah. And then I went back to another store, and they had 344, and I picked up that. So I read 344, and then I moved. And then when I moved, I had to had to locate a comic shop, and then that 361 was included in that big old trade for that Avengers.
His Mary Jane was. You just tell she had great nipples.
Anyway, so this next one's a really big heater already in its own right, and it's the last book on this list. It is a second print of What If the Alien Costume Had Possessed Spider-Man, and I would remind everybody who's right now reading Chip Zdarsky's new Spider-Man miniseries where Venom possesses him. This is basically the same story, but the new version is probably going to play out a little bit different.
This shit got specced on 5 fucking different times. Remember, this is the same time Hulk got the fucking Venom shit.
Yep. Lots of reasons. This book sells for good money. So, all you sharks, I hope you like this one, because this one means a lot to me. Not only did you guys get me to 500, this was a very, very fun spec matrix for me, because you guys challenged me to look for these crazy things. And I real quick, I do want to give a shout out, because there's a CGC board member that definitely did his part on this one, and then also there's a website that helped out a lot in this, because they had basically all the books listed, just shitty pictures. So, and it's the Heroes Galaxy website is the one that helped me out here with the research tonight, because I struck gold when I did my Google search. And please let me know what you guys think in the live chat. I'll be checking on your comments here as Mel takes back over the show from me. And
yeah,
I hope you guys enjoyed this one, because this one's full of heat, and I mean some serious fucking heat, because
everything you just blew my mind with is stuff that I always saw something was off with these, but I never put the two together. The JCPenney variant. You have literally schooled me tonight.
Really?
Well, that makes me feel good, because Dennis, you're a smart dude. You're definitely one of the best in the business.
It was one of the missing pieces of where this shit came from that I had no clue until you did it tonight.
Thank you, man.
I like how Fragos is telling everybody to shut the fuck up in the chat. That also does his shit. I love it.
Franco's is definitely one of my biggest supporters, man. Shout out to Franco's Comics.
But I gotta let you guys go. I have a comic show grand opening to do at a comic store. So if anybody is in the Detroit area, down in Woodhaven, there's a store called Warp Zone, and their grand opening is tomorrow at noon. And they wanted me to come out and just hang out in the parking lot and sell some stuff. They're doing a little flea market on top of an amazing store. I actually took the half price cook there, and he found
markets.
So, hey, if you guys are in the area, come by and say hi to me. But I gotta wake up at like 9 a.m. tomorrow to get out to that.
Hey, store. Dennis, I want to thank you personally for your knowledge and on everything. You know what I mean? Not
Absolutely.
just CBCS, not just CGC, but the retailer aspect, everything. And you're more than welcome. You're great. I appreciate you, and
appreciate you, man.
You shit your pants box.
You guys are just such a great team. I love to be a part of it. So thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Your address, so I can send you that shit your pants box.
All right, sweet.
All right.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dennis.
Chat out.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to do a live stream. That's gonna. And should I just wear the diaper so I don't shit my pants? Is that how it goes now? Should I just go get those adult diapers and do like I'm about to drive across country to beat somebody's ass?
That's how it goes. J. Rue can't make it tonight. She just had a second vaccination of the Moderna shot.
So she doesn't want to mix wine and freaking be on here seeing stupid shit.
Yeah, I guess that. As the listeners decline after the spec matrix.
Oh, really? Do they leave after I get done?
No, because that's crazy. Because next week I didn't do a $30 make you holler, right? But there are some books next week. They come on a Wednesday. It's gonna fuck people up, bro.
Right. So yeah, let's get into it, because I want us to get done by 4:30. I think that's a good time for us.
I want to be done by 3:30.
Yep. So
Hey, real quick before you guys start, so so I can share you something with you guys that I found that I would like to ask all the viewers and watchers to keep their eye out for something for me that I just can't seem to find. I believe it is a foreign comic, and I believe it's a series. Let me do this here. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen. This is a comic from Music Comics, and obviously you guys can see why I want it. So the comic series is called Tales from the Flipside. This is number 6. I would love to have any of these issues. I want to put a set together. If they are real, I cannot find much about them. This is only an image I have. I saw a post that they were foreign in a web page, but I don't know much about these. So please, if anybody out there knows anything about it, hit me up on IG at Brian McClay, or if you guys have any or seen any of them, hit me up at Brian McClay or any of the people in the community. This is
you should definitely have somebody, one of the artists, do a fucking homage cover to this.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's a great idea for next contest, though.
Yeah, homage covers. Yeah, for the show. Yeah, but yeah, this is really cool. So I saw that and I just wanted to share it. So sorry about that. All right,
no, that was great.
Good. Super good.
Yeah.
All right, so just wanted to go into quick the stuff that I saw this week. Mel actually brought this one to my attention.
Not me. No, Ultra.
Ultra. Okay. Avengers number 45. So what's going on is that Dracula, he is building his own freaking like little nation, United Nations recognitions and all this other stuff. Avengers are sniffing around trying to figure out what in the holy fuck is going on. Blade pops up and he's like, all right, if you're going to have this, I'm going to freaking stay here and I'm going to be the sheriff of this freaking town. So I thought that was pretty fucking interesting.
Would Ultra show me this country? Would Ultra show me this? Like, what the fuck is Blade Captain America now? When I see the logo, I was like, oh, Blade Captain America.
But they haven't done a second print yet, and that's the splash page where they show them. And I'm like, I bet they do a second print with this.
I doubt they haven't really been doing a lot of Avengers second prints.
Yep. But the interesting thing is that Dracula has a son, or they're characterizing him as his son right now. His name is Zaru or Zanu or something like that. Blade had chopped this dude's head off before, so this dude was supposedly dead, but now he's going to be back. He's going to be back in some capacity. Don't know what it is. So don't know what the hell that's about, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Carnage, Black and White and Blood, kind of hidden in the pages is that there is this new kid who does have the powers of Carnage, just a little bit, just enough to freaking kill his own fucking dad. I think there was like a 1-50 of this that was out there.
Is that a young Cletus Cassidy?
Momoko. No, the Momoko variant, but it's like, I think it's a 1-25, not a 1-50. If it is a 1-50, I didn't see it at my LCS anyway.
Yeah, it might be a 1-25. This kid's name is Brad. Brad. So
Brad's trouble.
Brad's trouble. Champions number 6.
Great cover, by the way.
Yes, it was. There was this kid named Andre Sims who had worked for the Tony Stark project. Riri had actually caught him doing some bad shit. He got fired from the Tony Stark project. He actually leaves them and goes to Roxxon, where he builds this software, and he's building this robot right now. So that's the first appearance of this particular robot. Don't know what's going on. It was on the back. Yep. Hey, that's why I got it as a quarter piece. Loki now has 3 kids that's out there. That was this weekend. Mighty Valkyries number 1. He has this. I forget what the name of the mother, but there's 3 kids that haven't said anything yet. But that's something that you might want to be surprised.
Whoever's doing the interior art, that shit looks crazy.
Does look good though.
Yeah.
And last one. Actually. Yeah, I think this is the last one. Korra, don't know who Korra is, but Sword number 5. All this person says, "Hey, I am Korra from Araco." During this whole this whole sort of edge. This person never showed up, and now this person is all up into this storyline. And it's even interesting that it's just in Sword, a title that nobody's really reading right now.
Yeah.
Wait. I beg to differ. So I read this, and for my Sword followers, let's just say this. So if you read Sword number 3, you saw that Kid Cable got nullified, right? And then Sword number 4, Null comes to Krakoa, and he sees that what's his name? Fabian Cortez is a supercharger. Like that's his power. His power is to supercharge people. Fabian Cortez supercharges Sunfire and makes him like Age of Apocalypse nuclear powered Sunfire. Like remember when that Age of Apocalypse Sunfire couldn't turn off? He was always on. He's like, I'm constantly burning. I cannot shut off. Well, Fabian basically goes, oh, you need a little charge, and touches him and does that to him. And then Null sees it and he's like, oh, I don't like mutants like you, and fucking sends the liquid to him, and then pulls the liquid back, and he's a fucking skeleton. He like killed him instantly, right? So they revive him in issue 5. But not only so for everybody following along in this one, this is why I love this book. This book is good because it's showing that the mutants now are kind of like slid into the role that the Eternals were once underneath Celestials as far as keeping track of what's going on planet Earth. So that's Sword's new role, basically, is like, all right, you guys are in the multiverse and the universe and shit. Now here, you're going to fucking, you are in charge of your planet. You keep tabs on your shit down there. Make sure, not only life doesn't stop, but also don't let your shit come and fuck up every place else. So one of the moves that they made is because Fabian Cortez cannot be trusted. He can't be trusted. You guys, for all of my 1990s followers, X-Men #1 by Jim Lee is his first appearance. He's the leader of the Alkalites. So his job was again to supercharge all the members of the Alkalites, and that's why they were such a problem for the X-Men to be dealing with, and that's why they fucking handed the X-Men the business every fucking time, right? Fabian Cortez is like their battery pack, basically. So they can't trust him, and he's basically, conspiring in the previous issues, and you see him talking to Magneto about it, about how he does. He's a supremacist. Let's just put it that way. Like Carly in Falcon and Winter Soldier, he's got some issues with authority and shit like that. But man, they break him down so bad in this issue. They make him feel like nothing. First off, they don't let him get dressed. They bring him in front of the Quiet Council, buck naked, still covered in slime. Yeah. And then next thing you know, they're talking about all this shit, like they're shit talking him. And then next thing you know, Professor X's girlfriend teleports in with his replacement, and she goes, "I am your replacement," and he goes, "My what?" And she does the same thing that he does, but this is her first appearance. So
really,
her first appearance is in this book. They're Sword #5, and so she's one of the mutants from Erico. So you remember at the end of Ten of Swords, where they join Erico with Krakoa,
right?
And Apocalypse takes the place of Erico in the other dimension, right?
Right.
So that entire island nation of mutants comes, and now this is one of those mutants from that island nation. So she's of the same breed as like the Summoner, from X-Men #2. So basically, she's what we would call a new mutant. But not only is she a brand new mutant, she's brand new in this issue, and she basically does the same thing that Fabian Cortez does. She uses that life force energy that's burning inside of her to supercharge her, and I think she actually has a different name. Hang on. Yeah, it's Cora of the Burning Heart. That's her name.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So it says first full appearance, but they say that she also had a shadow only in Sword #3.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
but that's a shadow only. Yep.
Yeah, it says I'm Cora of the Burning Heart, little small man. I'm fire in the soul, and I am murder in the dark. I am a Rocco. So good stuff.
Yeah.
And then this is the last one that I have for this one, Way of X #1. They didn't even really give this character a name. All this character says is I am lost, I am lost, I am lost. And this person freaking stretches kind of like Mr. Fantastic. But the interesting thing about this person's power is that when he is, or actually, excuse me, when she is in proximity to all the other X-Men, there's something that emanates from this person, and she can make them like all nauseous and freaking sick and just throw off their freaking balance. And so like she goes to freaking Krakoa, and like everybody's like throwing up all over the place. This person has to freaking go away. Excuse me for not the cover. The cover is incorrect. I forgot to bring over the new one, but that is. I'm not saying this character is gonna be big, but I just thought that this character was interesting. And
it was interesting, yeah. She affects gravitational fields. So, like everybody, people like Nightcrawler, who's really, really good at that, kind of stuff. He was like, I'm not affected. And then, of course, Dr. Nemesis, the guy who's growing psychedelic drugs on his fucking cranium. Like, McClay, did you see that shit, man? Yeah, he's growing his own mind-altering psychedelics. He's like, naturally, that was the next step. Like, what? I love that book. It was a good read. I can't lie. It was a good read.
Yeah, it was like some weird freaking centaur, freaking sentinel fight going on, and freaking Magneto fucking kills her. First of all,
that's the way of X. So the way that they do it now, and especially for depowered mutants from M Day, right? Anybody who was depowered by Scarlet Witch who did not get their powers back can basically fight in the pit to their death, and then when they resurrect you, they resurrect you with your powers back. And basically, so this character, I'm Lost, when she shows up, she's lost, but she's also, her powers aren't fully developed. Like she doesn't know how to, her powers haven't fully manifested. She doesn't understand them fully. And there's a lot she can't fly. She can't levitate like she can after she's reborn. Once she's reborn, she can levitate. And that's when like, oh, she must've been in pain and all sorts of other stuff. So, but she immediately after making everybody fucking puke their guts up, fleeces out and then it's gone. Like, so definitely a plot device they set up for later. And I'm anxious to see what actually happens when they bring her back.
Yep. All right. What's up?
I'm hungry.
Don't do it, Mel. Don't do it.
Listen. I got a lot of questions. That Riccardo Federici, Robin 2, Lucas, you brought it up, told people to order it before it got crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it go crazy? Because first appearance of Flatline, Punchline, Dickline, what's the thing?
I thought was it going to be like an appearance of the Joker's daughter?
Flatline.
No, not necessarily Joker's, not Bane's daughter. I forget who it was, but there is a first appearance in there. I forget who
Flatline.
It was. Is it Flatline? Yeah.
If you guys are not picking up the RZA, how you say his name? Ultra Raza. Raza has a Black Widow variant right now.
It's already hyped, dude. Everybody knows about it. It's going for fucking $50-$60. It's beautiful though, man. Yeah, it's
Marco amazing. And Dolfo. This is Marco and Dolfo week. Next week. 2 bangers. Ultra.
Oh man, why are you doing this to me? I'm trying to buy it right now.
I fucking told you a fucking week ago where to get it from.
Yeah. You know, sometimes Spec Matrix comes up and I gotta buy other stuff, man. Why are you doing this to me right now?
Okay, you gotta talk about it. We'll stop right there.
No, it's cool. I'm checking out.
Listen,
look, Sharks don't sweat me for this one because look, this is Mel knows. So it's Mirka and Dolfo's Unsacred. It's her own title. So if you guys catch the secret variant a couple weeks back, I had a pretty cool logo with a devil wearing a bra on his head like a bug-eyed fucking college kid doing at a frat party, right? So that's the 1 in 10 variant, I believe, or 20. The 1 in 20. That's the 1 in 20. The 1 in 30 is the negative variant, which I just bought one, so fuck y'all. I'm sorry, just kidding. I love you guys, but seriously, don't be trying to.
That shit fire. The bra on the head is fire.
Look, the reason why I had to hurry up and buy that one is because I already know this is a book with a variant that transcends her genre. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that one's kind of funny and that one's a joke. People are probably gonna like that one a lot. But look, go back to the 1 in 10. That's the 1 in 30.
Yeah.
So the 1 in 10 is the regular non-negative version. And for negative variants, these never really do well, but this one does really well, being the black background with the white chalk kind of like look to it.
Harley Quinn.
It's a Harley Quinn ripoff too, of an angel dressed up like Harley Quinn. So the premise of the story is great. I really think that this right here has everything hitting for a hit TV animated series. The author, Mirka Andolfo, who also draws it, is currently right now doing an animated series for another one of her properties called Sweet Paprika. This is probably ground floor level Mirka Andolfo getting in before her properties start to really blow up. Yeah. You guys know I did a spec matrix on her before.
You've been on it.
And you know, I'm big on her because I like her artwork. I really like the way her artwork looks. She has a super big range where she could draw very cartoonistic like stuff like this, but then she can also draw Harley Quinn and the Batman Who Laughs in Teen Titans 12. So you know, there's a huge amount there, but the 1 in 10 variant is a virgin white version of this. And the 1 in 10 I'm after, I've just nabbed the 1 in 30. I don't feel guilty about it, not in the least little bit.
I paid. I got the bra in the head one is fucking. When I seen that, I was like, "Oh, this is fucking ridiculous." I want this. I didn't even know what the fuck. I didn't even know what the title was. I said, "I want this Virgin $30." I said, "Oh, hold up, this is Harley Quinn shit." I said, "Oh, I gotta let Ultra know." I'm pretty sure he already knew, but I let the man know, like, "Yo, hey, go get it for me." Yo, this week is every variant Nottingham second print. It's next week. It's gonna be crazy. I'm hungry. I'm leaving. I'm going to fucking sleep. I'm fucking tired. I love everybody. I love all you guys. And 25th is another joint that's gonna be sick.
It's funny that you're talking about him because I got something.
What you got for me?
This is Tony right here. Number 2, that's issue number 2 of the first Nadia Pen volume. That's Tony right there. That's Tony Flex's art.
Damn.
Yep.
I ain't spending any more money than that.
I know, man. I'm sorry. I collect a lot of oddities and strange stuff, and I appreciate you guys. And for those of you guys who checked out my Grail call, mail call, you know that I got some serious fire.
Yo, seriously, no bullshit aside, we got to do this part of the show. We have to do it earlier. Because it's too much fire information that I'm missing out on, and it's too much fire information that other people are missing out on. And it's a better opportunity for the pull bucks to make money. We definitely gotta do this shit earlier. As for me, I'm out. McClay, your beard looks great. Ultra, your beard looks even greater. Ultra, Lucas, your blackness is as beautiful as ever, my man.
Lighting, good lighting, baby.
I am out of here. I love you guys. I will see you guys next week.
All right, Mel.
All right, so
McClay's gonna hang with us though. That's good. I love having McClay around because
I won't be here much longer. I guarantee that. I'm gonna be fading soon.
Yeah. So instead of using Midtown because I got to flip through shit, I'm just gonna use my freaking account through D, and hopefully none of you motherfuckers will rat me out. So Zenoscope, they've got some pretty good covers that I freaking like. But
that Nakayama right there is probably going to be a big one. The one right next to it. Yep.
Yeah.
Still
love that cover. Love that cover. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Once again, if you order that through the pull box, it's not $5.99. It's going to be $2.50. So just be praised of that. See, Bitterroot. It's all right. Kind of detailed, but I still like it. The Black Widow stuff. This one's by Adam Hughes. Not bad. At least it's not a freaking crazy ass 1 of 500 like they've been doing lately. This one is a design variant, Casa Grande design variant. Don't even know who this guy is, but
Raza. There it is.
Right
Right there on the left. One more to the left of that one. Yeah, right there. So that's the Raza Mel was telling everybody to get. And yeah, so look, it's the dude's art is great. Don't get me wrong. Some of it's really, really detailed. The dude has a lot of art credits though. So if I did a spec matrix, it would have to be a separate show.
Right.
It's that long. More than action figure variants, if you guys remember that fucking one.
And he's had some fire bangers that have popped up on the top 10 over the years. That people keep forgetting about them.
Hip hop variants too. He did a lot of those.
There's that third print foil.
Not even interested.
I've had some people in my pull box freaking asking about that.
Oh man! As soon as I got burnt on the second print, like look, I added it to my store like 2 days after FOC when I went into the store next. I was like, hey man, can you put me down for one? He's like, yeah, we're getting 10. It's no problem. And then when he got like 2, they put him in auction like $75 on her. Cable number 10. Yeah, buddy.
By Phil Noto.
Yeah, man. And look, there's Strife. So I want to know if we're actually going to get the origin of Strife here in this series. And if this is the origin of Strife, how awesome will that round out? And everybody, there's a lot of people, a lot of Cable fans hating on Kid Cable. Even Rob Liefeld himself does not like the Kid Cable.
Other than banging like 8 chicks at one time who just happen to be the same chick.
Yeah, Well, so look, everybody forgets that that Cable has other mutant abilities like telekinesis, and I think he has telepathy too, like his mom, Jean Grey.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
for sure.
So it's he's more of a total package than people like to give him credit for. And honestly, look, Kid Cable is a very unique take on the character. I think it's a way better version of Cable than even X-Man. And X-Man, everybody knows that's one of my favorites too from the 90s. He was dope. Or it was like a new version of Cable. Like, what the fuck?
So, God Tank is talking about, we're asking about something that's killing the children free comic book day variant yet. We have not. However, what I do know is that a lot of that stuff is available to order, right? So if you go into the Previews World site and everything and just do the FCB or put in FCBD and do a search, a lot of that stuff should pull up. If it doesn't pull up for you, let me know, and I'll put together a list and I'll send it out to everybody. But you should be able to order it. Once again, if you can't, freaking let me know and I'll put something together. Let's see. Code Year, science fiction. Crossover, for some reason, is still a thing. I like this crossover Birdman, which looks like a great freaking tattoo. Call to Dracula number 2 is out. This one's by Shannon Meyer. Dead End Kids, Suburban Job number 4. That one's one that I have heard rumors about them trying to do something with that one.
Shout out to Frank Gogol.
Let's see. Of course, Dead Class stuff, Deja Thor stuff.
DOT.
Yep. Department of Truth number 8 is coming out.
It's got those, Scotty Young variant right there. That's going to be the one.
Which one? This one?
Yep.
Yeah. Which one is that one? That is.
Open.
Oh, that is open order, but it's already back ordered, not stocked already.
Huh. Well, I wonder why. I wonder why that could be.
Already on back order, not stocked. So don't even try to order that in the pull box. Done.
I think you can de-highlight that comment too, since we are way beyond that.
I like this Dune Atreides number 6. This one's by Jenny Frison.
And remember, everybody, the color version is amazing looking, and those eyes, look good. But if you buy that black and white one, you better hide it someplace because those eyes will follow you all around the room. It does that really cool trick. Yeah. It's so crazy how different color will make some things look,
Right, and that's a 1 of 50.
Yep.
Let's see, Firefly, Fantastic Four is coming out. Yep, this Firefly stuff.
So it's a 1 of 50 also.
Shannon Mayer. Geiger still been doing pretty well. That glow in the dark sold out, at least on my end. And here's I think there's already a second or maybe a third print for this one where it's like just black and white for this particular cover right here. Let's see. Hatchet Face. This one is him and Great Castle, #1. And we actually had Henry Barajas, the writer for this, on this show maybe like 2 or 3 months ago. And we had one of the ghost artists, Harms, on here as well. Body. Apparently, Miles Morales is going to have his own little Clone Saga stuff going on.
Saw it coming a million miles away.
I wouldn't
Easy money.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a bunch of money into this yet because there's always those retailer exclusives that are going to be out. And there you go. There's your Voyager cover.
Mm-hmm.
Love the layouts. I just don't like the head. The head's a little weird.
I don't know how I'm like psychically always a little bit ahead of the curve on some of these things.
Because you read.
Oh well. Okay.
Yeah. Then there's the unsacred stuff that we guys were just talking about.
But it doesn't show the 1 in 10, does it? Yeah, it would have been right before that. Right there.
This one.
Yep. So I mean, the image without the trade dress on it, man, really does look good. And of course, back order, not stocked. And forgive me if I'm wrong. The ordering way that they make you do a Blaze books is very similar. Like you have to order a certain amount, and you have to order for all the issues of the series. Like if it's a 6-issue miniseries, you have to order at least the same minimum throughout.
I've heard that they're trying to do some type of retailer program like that, but I have not been put on that restriction yet. So thank God. But then again, I don't really get a lot of people ordering a Blaze stuff anyway. So order away, and we'll see what happens. Some of this, so I tell you what, some of this unsacred stuff is just scandalous.
Yeah, man, I know. Especially that one with the dog about to eat the poop.
Yeah, I don't know what's more scandalous, her butt naked on the bed with the devil or the dog about to eat the shit.
The devil's her husband, so I mean, it's really not all that bad.
I don't know how Transformers and My Little Pony is still a thing. But okay.
Neither do I.
Apparently, there's a trailer out for MODOK Head Games. I've seen it. Kind of looks like that Robot Chicken stuff, which is pretty good. New Mutants. I don't know what this is about. What is this? Ninja and robots.
Yeah, you want to talk about scandalous covers, man? That one's a little bit more scandalous than the last one.
Nottingham. I am a big proponent of this story right now. This one is the second print for it.
Third print was on FOC just last week, and also it was I think a later printing of #2.
Scandalous right here. Nuclear Family #3. Fuck, man. The only thing that I don't know is if you're trying to make a point, why did you really need to have the Russian Russian communist insignia on there? Don't know.
Warning!
Once the Future has a 1 of 10 and a 1 of 25. And this one is by a new artist that I've never really heard of, Christina Kalita. Outcast apparently is still a thing. Savage Avengers. This one is one that I hyped up.
Dude, super under ordered, and it's not stocked, is it?
It is stocked.
It is still stocked. Oh, wow.
Still stocked.
Okay, well, it's still stocked now, but we'll see what happens come this week, because I do know that there's a lot of people out there that are Conan readers that are also Spider-Man fans that are probably not going to know that this book has a Spider-Man appearance in it. And there's still those older dudes who come into the store, you know, in their late 50s, 60s, and some of them even 70s. You got the new Spider-Man appearance in this book? Like, yeah, man, it's right over there. Yeah. Point them at it, and symbiotes on Conan's sword.
Yes. Yeah, so there's a whole big connection between Conan, Spider-Man, and Namor right now that they're running through. It's like really big, freaking interesting storyline that they're going back and forth and putting bits and elements in there. So once again, I didn't even like Conan until this year, until I started reading how they were connecting everything. And it's not like, oh, some writer decided to just pull some shit out of their ass. They're like, no, this shit's been happening since the fucking 70s. Now that Donny Cates did this is how it freaking reads through in the narrative. Loved it. Love it. Love it. In fact, you know what? I really wish they would make a poster for this, because of all the other bullshit posters they got right now, they should probably make a poster out of this one. This one is freaking fire.
Yes.
Shadecraft #1. I've told people about this one. This one is the second print for this one. This one's already been licensed. They're already working through to put this on a TV series, I believe. Yeah, it's a TV series. So once again, I always advocate the first print, but if you want to do that second print, third print game, might want to get up on that one. Let's see. Shadow Man. I forget. There was something going on with Shadow Man. I don't remember what it was. And of course, this one is going to be the big boss of the week. That's Silk #2 beige. Was this a 1/25, I believe? Yep.
Well,
1/25.
I know what's going on with that Shadow Man. Did you go back to that one that's the glass cover?
Sure. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think not that one, the one all next to the silk. Down more. Down right there. Click that one real quick. Scroll down to see what it is. That's the pre-ordered bundle. Okay, so there's another incentive that's not listed there. There's a 1 in 250.
Jesus Christ.
It's glass.
What?
Yes, you heard me. You heard me correctly. It's a glass cover. Let me see if I can find it on the diamond list.
What is that? Rose Besh silk still on FOC?
It finally comes out. It finally comes out. And you know, it's still selling for $50 to $60. People still want to pay that much for it. So all the people who made store variants, and there's some cool looking store variants too, but people who got store variants got stacks of those things. So I will be on the avoid side.
Which reminds me, real quick, I want to give a shout out to all the retailers that have been, a big part of our community for a while. I know some of them I'll forget, but Wanted Comics, Hive Comics, Bird City Comics, Wonder World. All these places are putting out great exclusives. Make sure you guys go check out their pages to find all these exclusives. But they've all these. Retailers have just been really working hard to get out some really good stuff. So make sure you guys go check them out.
So here it is. Shadow Man 2020 #1 cover G, 250 copy incentive, black glass cover.
Is that not it that I have up?
I'm sorry. Yep, there it is. Yes, I wasn't looking at your screen. I was digging for it myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a black glass cover. This is going to be like it gets a crack and you're an instant 4.0. Your 10.0 just went to a 4.0 with a crack.
Yeah, so if you see it out there for cheap, grab it, or just wait for everybody to forget about this cover, which always happens.
You guys know that Valiant does that ordering method similar to Bad Idea, where you have to order a certain amount for your store as a minimum throughout the entire run. And my LCS, one of my LCS is like The only reason we even have Bloodshot on the shelf is because before I got here, the owner signed up for that thing with Valiant. And as soon as that contract is done, we will not be carrying Valiant in this store. I was like, bet, bro. Like, no worries. Do you?
You know what's crazy is I don't even remember the last time I even. So there's a separate page from this, right, where it has like all excuse me,
All the
list
variants.
a list of all the variants like by week, right?
Mhm.
And I can't remember the last time I actually saw Valiant on that freaking list, which is
Well,
crazy.
they have that pre-ordered bundled list, right? Like you if you pre-order your 1 through 4 or whatever of each book, they have like their pre-order bundles where you get a variant cover. And I don't know if they give you an A cover and a B cover and the variant. It's like you have to buy all 3 of them. I don't know the program well enough to speak on it to this high regard, but from what I'm seeing, it's not really well regarded in the stores that I go to. So,
Right. So Enriquez is asking thoughts on the Something is Killing the Children #1 8th print. We've talked about this quite a lot with the Desmadre, the disaster that was happening.
nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares anymore. They cared.
Yeah, they care, but it's like when it was happening, it was like, what in the holy? Because they did it all the wrong way, right? You had to get number of Berserker number 2 or number 1, second or third print in order to freaking get a number of these, right? Well, that means that stores had a plus up and they didn't know how many they had a plus up to later. And then when they finally plus up, they're like, oh no, because too many people complaining, they took it down to like a 2 to 3 or something like that.
Oh,
so
I'm waiting for my 2 pre-order copies to get refunded. So I'm just like, gonna deal with it.
So what I do know is that I am getting some copies, right? And what I'm going to do is, depending on how many people order it, the spares that I have are going to go into that crazy large box that I've been sending out. I don't know when it's coming. I think it's coming out in like 2 to 3 weeks, which is when that comes out. So that week I am going to do some more large boxes, and whoever buys those large boxes are going to get copies of that. So once again, going back to that beige, that silk number 2 beige, this is what I think is going to be, other than that Shadow Man glass. I think this is going to be the big book of that week, the 1 to 25. A lot of people talked about certain details. Like I didn't even realize that she was drinking bubble tea. Like what the fuck? But it's so, like that speaks to the cultural differences in between some people. I'm looking at the sneaks and the tights and everything. Other people are looking at what she's drinking and her hairstyle. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Let's see, Snatched, Sign Reverse. I like this Leisner. It's kind of got a badass S&M freaking vibe to it. But that's like a 1 in 50.
Artistically, there's a ton of those that look good, but I'm never going to buy them.
Yeah. Spawn number 317. It's kind of interesting that they still pushing out these A, B, and C joints, but they stopped the overships for a little bit.
Because the sales probably took a little bit of a plummet, but that's what happens with Spawn. It rides waves, and as it gets popular, they'll drop some overships, and then remember they're doing 1 in 50 incentives for a few of them too.
Sure. Star Wars movie poster 40th anniversary.
But it's Empire Strikes Back, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the anniversary cover for that Star Wars issue, or it's an actual. Yeah, it's the Empire's 40th anniversary #1. Okay.
Right, number 1. And see, I was trying to see if this was, so that's interesting because it's already on back order, not stocked. So, and it's not an incentive variant. It's just already freaking sold out already.
Open order variant,
yeah. Stray Dogs number 2. I've already freaking taken a look at it. Once again, go for number 1. Take a look at it, because when the TBB comes out, I think there's going to have some good things happening for it, because it's already a great freaking story already.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the cover art for this one, Terror Witch of the Black Rose, number 127, done by John Ballant. Don't freaking shy away from the Marvels, right? Because there's already a first appearance in one of the other Marvels on there. This one is done by Gabriel Delato.
That's going to be that's probably going to be the book of the week. I'm just going to call it right now on the Wednesday presser. I'm tracking sales of that one. because it is because it's an incentive. What's the ratio? It's a 1-50, isn't it?
1-50. And this one, the R for this one didn't pop up till
late.
Yeah,
real late.
Yeah, so I guarantee you, because I've been tracking the R for this, and it's still, when I first did it, it wasn't on there. So it's maybe yesterday, that's when the R popped up for this. So a lot of people didn't even know what this looked like.
Yeah, that one's it. And Delato hasn't had a hit cover in a while. He's due for a big one, and that's got 3 pretty big properties on it that I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be chasing.
Yeah. There's no incentive variant for Usagi Yojimbo number 6, but I tell you what, I kind of like this one. I know people are tired of Peach Momoko, but I still like that one.
She shines better on those Usagi Wanderers road covers than some of her other art.
Vampire Blade, some scandalous stuff from Vampire stuff. Some
always with the Risque, bro.
1-10s. These are already freaking sold out. Vampire versus Purgatory number 2.
Yeah, but Dynamite will print another variant and it'll go on FSC in 3 weeks and it'll be out in 4 months.
Oof.
It's cool.
Oof. Derek Chu bringing it up.
Yeah, man.
Man, he kills me. He's either really, really crappy or just really, really freaking good, man. God damn.
Can you go back to that again real quick, Lucas?
Sure.
Find the Virgin variant of that one for him.
Wow, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So if there is, let me see.
Oh, there is. It's on the variant list if it's not there. So.
There's a 1-30. That's crazy. If it's not this week, then it might be happening next week. That's how they roll sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Who drew this one? Daniel Main. See, bloody, her taking a little bloodbath, and in the reflection, she's got her wings out with the horns.
It's Purgatory on the bottom and Vampire on top.
Let's see, Witch's Blood, Marvel, X-Men Legends is coming out. More zombie tramp stuff. And that is it for stuff that is coming out this week. Once again, if there's anything that you haven't caught or need and it hasn't sold out and everything, just let me know and I'll freaking try and get that stuff for y'all. And then as far as FOC this week,
I haven't even looked. I was thinking about doing like my FOC on Thursdays just to get it done and out of the way. So this way, I do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I can have a life the other days of the week. But it doesn't seem to be working out that way. I'm spacing it out and taking my time, putting my slides together, and looks like my secret variant. Don't forget to watch that one on Sunday night.
Yep. So once again, to all the people who were Poolbox members prior to this morning, freaking, you got this in an email. Batman Fortnite number 2 second printing, and once again, it's got the same exact code. That number, that the one that came out this week already has. So don't stress it. There's nothing. I mean, other than the art actually looks pretty good. I like the background on the black, but I need to stress out on that one. Black Knight Curse. Why? Okay, this is going to be annoying. Black Knight Curse of the Ebony Blade number 3 Hands Legend.
And it's going to be just the Dane Whitman Black Knight cover all the way on the right hand side. So issue number 1 was the Black Knight all the way on the left. Issue number 2 is the one with the horse with the wings. The Pegasus. I'm sorry, I'll use the appropriate terms here. And then the issue number 3 will be just the Dane Whitman, the far right Black Knight.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back to PDF if that's going to do that. This one is just a 1-on-1, but this one's another Jenny Frizen with Catwoman and Poison Ivy for some reason.
Yeah, you know the reason.
Sumerian Iron Shadows and Moon number 2. This one's a 1 to 10 by Laurie Lee.
That's not bad art. It's not. I mean, I hate how they make the faces of some of these girls look so childlike, and
Manga,
put on a
baby.
body
Manga.
like that. Like, look at the body on that, and then the face looks like a kid's. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's
anime.
Look at, yeah, well, yeah. You know what? I thought it was just anime, but there was a big trend in Japan, and I forget the name of the trend.
Lollies.
Yeah, I forget.
Lolly art.
Well, I mean, it's like actual women who will go out in the street, and they made sure that their faces look kind of like this. I forget what the name of the trend was, but that's what they're going for, trying to bring that back. But yeah, the body on this one is freaking banging. The face is like okay, but I tell you what, some of the faces on these are still a lot better than some of the other ones that I've been seeing in American art.
And she's not a butterface.
Let's see.
Nice body, butterface. Get it?
This one's a 1 to 20, JP style.
Yeah.
But let me turn this sound off because that bringing this freaking going to drive me crazy.
So what I really like about these Ablaze Conan books is they brag like this is Conan uncensored. This is Conan the way he was intended to be. And it's funny because I think other places can call him Conan. Only Marvel can call him Conan the Barbarian. And Marvel gets to have the rights because they printed it originally in the Savage Sword of Conan or whatever. I don't know. But it's really crazy. There's multiple publishers putting out Conan content right now. And it's not just Ablaze and it's not just Marvel. There's other ones out there too. So if you're a Conan fan, that's definitely the kind of stuff you probably want to be watching for.
Yeah. Critical Role Tales of Alexandra number 1. This one is a 1-to-1 as well, but I definitely love this freaking art. I love the details on this one. Fantastic Four Life Story number 1. I forget whether this one was an incentive or what, but this one I definitely like. This one's by Rivera. Geiger number 1 has got a 3rd print coming.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one I was telling everybody about. This one, it's the same as that 2nd print that's coming out this week, but this one's got like a black and white freaking tone to it. God Killer Tomorrow Ashes number 1. What do you guys think about this one? It's got kind of like a Momoko kind of.
I like that. I like that a lot. Who is that?
Nen.
Isn't that the Pokemon girl, Mandy?
Yeah, I mean, I freaking love this cover. And this one is just the cover A. This one's cover B by Wyschik.
Is that Orko?
Ah, yeah. There's also a cover C. Tell me something good.
Well, you know.
And this one's a 1 to 30.
Okay. I mean, it's no White Queen outfit, but it'll do.
Godzilla Monsters and Protectors number 2 has a 1 to 10 coming out. Here's some of the Heroes Reborn stuff for number 3. Garbage. This one's for you, Virage. I kind of like it, but I'm kind of freaking out by the way it looks like Flash.
Look, I don't know what it is about this Heroes Reborns, but if there's anything good that happens in these will be really hard to come by. You know why? Because I've heard stores say things such as there are more Heroes Reborn variants for this issue than copies of Heroes Reborn I am ordering. So just consider that when reading this book. If this book, again, has anything to offer by issue 3, the variants are probably going to be a little bit more on the scarce side, or they're going to order nothing but variants and say, fuck the regular cover. I ain't going to be able to sell that thing. Because I really don't know what Marvel was thinking here after coming off of King in Black, and going right into Heroes Reborn and then trying to sell us a yet another Heroes Reborn. Because look, we've already been through this once, but at least this time they did not give us an onslaught. And it's like, okay, if you're gonna repeat the tropes of 20 years ago, can we at least get onslaught and like have them like kill a whole bunch of people? I mean, like, isn't that what happened last time? Like, onslaught gave everybody the business and like wiped out half the Marvel universe, and that's why Franklin Richards had to create a pocket dimension with new heroes in it.
So what you're saying is, don't get this one off the bat. Just wait for somebody else.
I want to support Jeff's art. So Jeffrey, not only do you have the coolest name to ever be turned into a narcotic in a movie starring Russell Brand and P. Diddy, but
it's 150 though.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to find. Then, yeah, it's probably gonna be one of those books that's gonna be unobtainium. But I'm here looking at Jeffrey's favorite artworks of mine on my wall, which is the 2 Transformers variants I showed on the Spec Matrix, and they're actually hanging up right here in front of me. So not really phased about this mashup character variant that has a 1 in 50 incentive, unless this guy's way cooler than the Flash, because that's what it looks like to me. It's like this is the Marvel version of the Flash. Am I wrong? If I am wrong, leave me a comment below. Yeah, so there's a variant again, right? Action figure variant. AI, all praise Mel. And shout out to the guy who watched me load that Assad Ribic Infamous Iron Man #1 CGC 9.8 in my cart for $40 plus shipping, and balk at it so long that somebody else swiped it from me after telling people I'm going to buy this one. I think it's a really good buy. And I just don't know what came over me and why I hesitated to do that, because now that first appearance of Tony Stark's AI with an incentive variant is rather well. And oh, look, there's Riri. Why on earth would they be showing us this?
Riri. So it's like a box set. So Riri plus the hologram Iron Man. So interesting thing of what they're doing. I think there was also like a Mojo toy that's out there that I didn't put up there because everybody knows what the fuck's going on with Mojo.
Dude, if they fucking give us the Mojo verse as an intro to X-Men, long shot. And what's up with long shot #1 going crazy in price? You guys watching that shit too?
What's going on with that one? Is it?
I don't know, but all I know is there's
59.8s, I think.
Yeah, it's fucking like all of a sudden long shot became like hot property. And I don't know if it's again like how we were talking about before, people who used to be in the hobby who remember how big the long shot miniseries was back in the 80s and 90s. And like, let's be honest, it was an X-Men miniseries and everybody was really fucking hyped for it. Art Adams doing artwork too. Everybody was really, really hyped for it. So now that it's kind of like aged up, where does it really stand is where I'm wondering, and why all of the heat on that. Is it because of Mojo being in there that it became popular? Is it because of long shot? Or is it because of the little guy that grows into the big monster throughout the miniseries? So if you get the direct editions, the corner box has a story in it in itself, that the little furry creature grows from that little tiny furry creature into the huge monster that Longshot has to fight in the last issue.
So Mojo Quid is asking me, how does he become a Pullbox member? Just send me a message to my Instagram at darkhorsefox35, and make sure you put your email in there, and then I will send you an invite, or send an email to streamyard@comiccrusaders.com. Either way.
Word.
Let's see. Trying to freaking get that freaking who out there comments. There we go. The Jim Henson Storyteller Trickster number 3. Another Momoko. This one's a 1/25. And the reason why I do pay attention to the Jim Henson Storyteller stuff is because it's Jim Henson. We already know what fucking Jim Henson does, right? They freaking got Muppets all over the place. They've already freaking just had a freaking deal with Netflix for the Dark Crystal stuff. So it wouldn't be that much of a stretch for them to integrate this stuff at some point. Legends of the Dark Knight number 1.
The return again of the Legends of the Dark Knight.
This one's, once again, is a Riccardo Federici cardstock 1/25.
I wonder if there's somebody collecting those, like the those other 1/25s they were doing for a minute there.
Oh, I guarantee you, because the thing about these DC Comics joints is that people keep forgetting about them. Either they just don't care about them, or they just forget about them. So, and in the comic book stores, they're going to get them they're going to get their 25 regardless, right? Because people want them. And then they're just going to be sitting out there for $7.99, $6.99, and then somebody's just freaking going to grab it, because nobody right now cares that much about DC stuff. Yeah, you got your Flatlines, your Mollies, and all that other stuff, but nobody's freaking hot to trot. I mean, what was the last character that people were? The girl that's in jail right now. What's her name? I forget.
Punchline.
Punchline. Yeah. Remember how hot we were for a second about that one? Book was going for like $160. Now you can pick it up for like $50 for Batman number 89 or some shit like that.
So what about that Batman 92 1 per store black and white? That's the one that like Punchline fans are like all about. So that's like the Punchline book.
Yeah, I got mine. I got mine. Not that I think it's going to do anything, but I do like it. I haven't really read anything in the comic books that makes me think she's going to be hot.
Right.
Yeah, girls were cosplaying for a hot second, but now they've moved on. So moving on, Luna number 4. This one's by Christianatina. This one's a 1/10. Nice watercolor. I actually kind of like this one.
And Luna number 3, the Anka cover. Man, that black cover is ruthless, because I went to multiple stores looking for a good copy of that one, couldn't find one. So I'm holding out for some of the usual sellers on eBay that take good pictures and note that their stuff, has this many spine breaks, and waiting for some of those sellers to start listing them so I can find me a good copy, because it's an interesting story. And I know the Anka cover is like, everybody's a little bit weirded out by it, but look, it followed up the first 2 covers. First one by Jenny Frisian, second one by Mirka and Dolfo. And if that one didn't weird you out enough, you should read the story inside of it. Luna number 3 is basically this girl and this guy combine bodies. It's fucking weird. It's like definitely out there. Definitely psychedelic. So, joke I made a nemesis delics out of his skull. You probably would enjoy this book.
Yeah, so I couldn't find the black and white version, but this one is the color version of the Anka. Is that what it looks like?
So it looks that's the one that one with that's the regular cover. The dress free one that says Luna in the background and doesn't have the boom and the other stuff on the front of it.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Let's see.
But it shows it's cardstock like cover, so it shows everything.
Mighty Valkyries number 2, Momoko Virgin. This one is a 1/50.
I don't think that's terrible, but it's not great.
It's better than most of her other stuff is, in my opinion, too. Like that recent the Women of Marvel Scarlet Witch. That's like one of her better ones, in my opinion. I actually bought that Peach Momoko cover. Crazy, I know. This one, I'm probably not gonna buy though. Not at 150. But for Momoko chasers, man, they're putting a lot of pressure on some of these people with a lot of incentive covers by her. Mm. That Avenger She-Hulk also had a Virgin at 1/100.
Yep.
That was it. Avengers 44. Yep. Hurting a wallet.
I mean, for the retailers, that's going to be like $100 for that freaking cover. So
now I understand what Frank Gogol meant when he said that the Black Ranger is the most badass Ranger of all time.
Does he have a chain? No, I forget what the hell that's freaking called.
Are you reading this new series, McClay?
No, but it looks bad as hell, man.
So Gogol said he's going to write one. I think he's going to get to writing some of those too. So
he is.
Is he writing this now?
Well, I hope I didn't let it out of the bag, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he's writing. He's got some stuff coming. So
yeah, I know he said he got some stuff coming, and that right there, Momoko doing Drakon, yeah. So I'm not even following some of this, but I know enough because of the heat that's been prior brought, and I can't believe that there's the Lord Drakon helmet holding variant second print from Boom. Of course, it's a rare Boom second print. That book sells for fucking like over $100. Like what? Like some of these books that I know I saw on the shelf and just been like, I'm not a Power Rangers fan. I'm kicking myself now because some of these are nuts.
Right. I'm a little stressed out about Power Rangers because they had a lot of momentum, right? They had a great freaking movie. A lot of people didn't really like it, but I liked it. It had a lot of momentum, and then they dealt that momentum to the comics. But now they're kind of slowing down, right? They had that Shutter Grid stuff, but now they're slowing down, and I don't know.
They're rebooting 100% again from last I heard.
They need to wait till they do a movie before they reboot that stuff. And make sure that the stories actually make sense.
They just need to find somebody who looks like Jason David Frank, have him come in as an old Lord Drakon, and have a new, younger group of Rangers, basically, in an alternate universe, start a new story.
Right. So I'm not going to go through all these Radiant Black, freaking second and third and fourth and fucking fifth covers, but I will tell you this. They look good. And I do know that the Walking Dead composer, the guy who made the music for Walking Dead, has been working on a soundtrack for Radiant Black. Not for anything called like a TV series but he's just for the comic book. So what should come after a freaking soundtrack after people can kind of flesh out? It should be some type of TV series or something for Radiant Black. Radiant Black is not bad at all. Is it definitely good for a TV series? It's better than Invincible. I can tell you that.
All right.
I can tell you that much.
Oh.
Already. So keep an eye on that one. Once again, this is one of those. If you see the 1 in 50, I think that's what the higher ratio for the number one was for cheap. Don't leave it out there. If you can just pick it up. And that's all I got to say about that one. But I tell you what, even if you don't like the stories, some of these covers that have been out there are pretty badass. Let's see. And this is Radiant Black, number 4, number 1 to 25. I'm not going to go through all the Red Sonjas.
We'll be here for an hour.
Yeah. See, he's doing okay on the DC joint, but Federico's not putting it all down and freaking some of these Red Sonjas.
But don't worry, if you're going to watch a secret variant on Sunday, I'll cover all the additional stuff that we don't cover here.
Yeah. Next time I do this, I'm gonna go back to PDF or Adobe PDF because this freaking one particular joint just freaking pissed me off the way it keeps. Lau, what do you think about that one, gents?
Wow.
1 to 25 by Derek, not Derek Lau. I forget what his
Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like I said, a lot of times I like the artwork, but it doesn't mean I'm going to buy it. It's one of those things that I don't collect vampire books. I collect the only Vampirilla I have in my collection are Jeff Scott Campbell and Adam Hughes. That's it.
Let's see. Let's take a look at the Perillo.
Yeah, that's Perillo. Always, I don't recall seeing a bad Perillo lately. like maybe ever.
Right. So this one is a this one is usually a $50 joint. But I cut the price in half for Pull Box members. This one's
That's definitely better than the black and white. That looks so much better. That is,
that flesh tone. Oh,
Yeah, so much more texture with the color and depth in the work. I agree wholeheartedly.
Shang-Chi by J. Scott Campbell.
Uh-huh.
I like the dragon behind it.
This is by Sue. This one's a 1 in 25. Let's see. Sign Reverse. I'm going to skip over Sign Reverse. Let's go to the Star Wars High Republic. You guys have already seen some of these covers, so I'm going to skip over that. But there's like 3rd, 4th, and 5th prints for some of these Star Wars High Republic stuff.
And I got to say, I hit the 5th print that I called many months ago, and I'm so happy to hear this. Because I was like, man, it's going to end on 4. I was like, all right, I'll buy another copy of 4. And sure enough, got another one of the 4th print. And as soon as I did that, they made a 5th.
This one's for Clay. Tops 21 Stadium Chrome Club Chrome UEFA.
Do you do soccer?
At this point, dude, I tried to buy like 10 boxes of Topps Chrome Soccer earlier in this year, and I through Diamond, and they never came in.
Right. But what the interesting thing is, Topps is now coming in. I'm now getting some of these boxes. I do have some boxes for some of the Pull Box members.
Did you score any of those Bowman or that
invoice hasn't come across yet?
Okay.
So, but as soon as it comes in, I will let you. I ordered like 2 cases of that shit. So
okay.
They called me up and emailed me, hey, we think you ordered too much. You ordered like $4,000 worth of product. Yeah, motherfuckers, I want that. They're like, well, okay, we'll see. But they always freaking allocate and they always cut my numbers down. But I always order a lot just to let them know I'm damn serious. And we'll see. There's actually another Topps 21 product in here, but I don't have it right up at the top. Transformers number 30. This one's a 1 of 10.
Cyclonus. And one of the Torchbearers, which is the all-female Fembot combiner. There's
an all-female bot combiner.
There's an all-female combiner known as the Torchbearers, and that is one of the Torchbearers right there.
Interesting. Did not know that. I did not know that Transformers Back to the Future was still a thing.
Neither did I.
I thought it was like a one-shot, but apparently it's still going on. Trials of Ultraman is coming out. Vengeance of Vampirella is coming out. Let's check out. Actually, I don't want that one. I want the color. I think I talked about this one before. The Vengeance of Vampirella. This one's a 140 by Ben Oliver.
Dude, his work is good. I'm a fan.
This one's a Perillo. Scandalous. Venom number 35 by Jock.
Ooh, I want that. I wish the Venom wasn't there. I wish they put the Venom at the bottom.
You're right. Here's the problem. It's a 1 to 500.
Oh, fuck that.
But it's on Venom 200, which will have plenty of store variants, especially once the people find out this 1 in 500 is on FOC. And then watch in the next 3 days, by come Monday, you can start seeing some more store exclusives for Venom 200 popping up.
Right. So I will sell this as a set. Vice is sending people 500 books on this one. So if you are interested, because I'm not trying to break my fucking back trying to load all this shit in the fucking car. So if you are interested in this 1 to 500, let me know, and we'll see what we can do. We only find them when they're dead. I done forgot all about this freaking joint. It started out strong, and then it got kind of weary for the next 2 comics. So I kind of dropped off my reading list.
And that's what happens with every one of these boom titles, man. They are always fire, multiple printings, and then they cool off. People forget about them. The story gets hot. They go back looking for these. All of a sudden, there's none available. So if you guys are boom hardcore collectors, I hope you're buying all the different variants for these books.
Oh yeah, and congrats to some of the pull box members or some of the guys that bought the boxes, because I did put some of the incentive variants for the first issue in some of those boxes. Wonder Girl number 1. This one is a 1 to 25. J. Scott Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily. This one's a tough one because I don't like what they did with this one. They promised everybody that she was going to be in a TV series, and then all of a sudden they decided that nah, she's not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything with her. Wonder Girl number 1 by Joelle Jones.
Mm-hmm. And you know what else? It's also, I believe, her first appearance as Wonder Girl, isn't it? Because she was Wonder Woman in Future State.
Interesting. I did not know that. And then the last cover is going to be, at the end, Wonder Girl number 1 by Raphael Grandpa.
That's tight.
And this one is a 1-on-1, but retailers have to order a minimum of 250.
It's a team variant. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So
it's a qualifier. So big stores like Midtown and other places that might share an order will be able to team up together in order to get that, but they have to order 250 combined in order to unlock the ability to order that.
Right. Yeah, and so there's a lot of variants in here, or excuse me, that's in the system that I didn't even cover. And they just say unlockable. If you know about those and you want to order them, just let me know and I'll freaking try and get them for you. They're like 1 per store. That means, yeah, you can freaking get them. It's just that you can only get that one. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But that is the last one for the FOC that I have. We 5 minutes earlier than the 4:30 that I was shooting for. So great on that one. That way we can allow you just to freaking get your old man naps in and freaking get some freaking sleep and everything. Brian, you got anything to push?
Go check out the podcast. Of course, Tales from the Flip Side. Make sure you guys like and subscribe for this.
McClay's done. He's had a long night.
Ultra, tell us about the rumor report.
Rumor? No,
the raw Ultra Maximus report.
The raw report. So so basically Sunday night secret variant, you can check me out. Then of course on Wednesday nights you can check me on Flipside doing the Wednesday presser, and that is where I do the review of all new books released, kind of going over all the information we're doing here, but fun and exciting, and it's not saying that this isn't, but you guys gonna I'm fucking pulling the strings here trying to keep going. I'm done too. But no, I just want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys sticking around through a long fucking show, and of course a Spec Matrix. And look, we stayed up so late that Perpetual's here. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow, because I think I don't know if I'm going to be awake, but possibly hopping on Spine Ticks too. And then of course make sure you're subscribed to Lucas over here, Comic Crusaders, McClay down there at his podcast, as well as over on Flipside. Make sure you are subscribed to me. If you didn't hit the 500 list tonight, shame on you, but please go subscribe. It's going to be a fun time. Believe me when I say this, somebody's going to be really lucky at 1,000 subscribers, and it's not going to be me. It's going to be somebody else, because wait till you see this shit. I can't wait. Watch out for this IG post. Make sure you follow me there. You won Maximus. And IG, Twitter, and Facebook will get the same regurgitated post for everybody's ability to swallow. All right. Before I fuck it up anywhere, so I'll pass it on back to you.
Yeah, I mean, once again, everybody, if we can stay safe. Like Ultra said, we can pay attention to comiccrusaders.com. We got a bunch of podcasts coming on the Undercover Podcast Network, if you can find it on YouTube. For the next couple of hours, I'm going to be in the Comic Crusaders Twitch. If you want to hang out, because I got a bunch of reading and I got to watch Falcon Winter Soldier because I got to talk about it in a little bit. Man, but thanks again to both of you guys and to Mel and to Mr. D for coming on. We can just talk about freaking stuff. I think we had a pretty good show and pretty informational. And that's all I freaking got. Love you guys. And once again, if you have any questions about anything, you can't get a hold of me by email. Get a hold of me at Dark Horse Fox 35. Love you guys. Out.